Hey, what's up? I'm here. I'm back. What up, hoops? How you feeling, man? How you doing? Was bringing you so much. What even is this? The chat overlay. Wait, let me. Whoa. I could wait. Actually, this doesn't seem too bad. You won't be able to see anything right now, but you know, always something. All right, we're gonna play Cash Cleaner Simulator. Jesus, is it too loud? It's pretty loud for me. Apply that level of sound. I don't even know if we need Spotify for this. Fuck it, let's go. Ad is over. Cash Cleaner Simulator, bitches. I've never played this before. Let's see what it's about. I mean, I've seen like clips online and stuff. Seems kind of fun. Ooh, like the art style so far. Cartoonish. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Betty Oops. That's too much. Wait, I'm trying to calibrate my mouse sensitivity for this game. Here we go. That's much better. You can take the next quest in the Darknet app. Alright, Q.
Rise and shine.
Betty
How's the
Oops.
head? You had quite the day yesterday, huh? On your feet now. That's my boy. I know this place isn't exactly paradise, but you're not here on vacation.
Not here on vacation?
No, you've got a job to do. Don't worry, darling. I'll teach you everything.
The fuck? Who am I and why am I here? Hey, Milo! Thanks for the sub. My dude. Ten months, bro. Our baby turns 1 month today. Is what that means. Why is this lagging? System default Deutsch. Let's see, video. Borderless, yes. Frame rate limit, brightness, da 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 da. Quality preset. Let's just do medium then. See if that works. Take my filthy money. Yes, I'll take your filthy money. Gosh. Press control to crouch. Jump? Sprint? It's the normal controls. Fresh steps for Mr. Fresh. How you doing, Milo? What's up? What's happening? Pick up an item, approach it, aim the camera, and press. Roar! Oh, why is it lagging so much? I can hold? Whoa! Okay, interesting. Approach it and press E. Point the camera at the items and hold F to press. Why is it lagging though? Display subtitles? Absolutely. Color vision deficiency? I don't have none. Same old, nothing new. How about you? Everything is awesome with me, actually. I had a good day with online school today. And I just had dinner with the wife. How much will fast moving items on screen be blurred, increasing overall speeds on lower frame rates? Higher values can cause motion sickness. I don't want any fucking motion blur. Who even has motion blur? Yeah, because it was the motion blur that was causing the fucking lag. I have everything. What the fuck? Hey,
Sean the non-believer. Sean.
Oh my, oh for fuck's sake. Oh my gosh. Can I get my haiku now? Yeah, Hoops! Oh, shit. Alright, because I wrote Hoops haiku before. I've been here for 13 months now. It's insane. It's insane, bestie. Working weekend man. Get that room looking awesome. Uni will be cool. Alright, well, I've done my deed. I'm gonna disappear into the darkness again. Thanks for the lurk, Milo. Appreciate you, bud. I'll post your haiku in the Discord. And I'll read it out here. So if you're here to listen, you can listen to it. Otherwise, you can go fuck yourself. You know, it's always good. Oh my gosh. Let's see. I gotta think about a haiku for Milo. I'm in the middle of playing a game. My gosh. Fresh steps for Mr. Fresh. So stupid. Smartphone. Betty Oops.
Hey, Mr. Fresh, it's me again.
Ooh.
Check your phone. I sent you a message.
How do you like your new phone? It's like a little baby monitor. The fuck? What have you pierced? Yeah, what have you pierced, Tubes? Is it your... Don't say it's your dick, because if that... That would be weird. That'd be really weird. No, oh, come on! I said don't say your dick. Gosh darn it. Oh my god. Alright, messages. Did you find the Darknet app yet? Not yet, but I will. Wonderful, I'm going to be your first client. Can I just keep the money for myself? Send me the money, can you do that for me? My angel, listen, mommy has some cooking to do, but I believe in you. You're cooking for who? What the fuck? I guess, of course, but don't worry, I'll save some for you. What do you mean? Hello? What is this game? What is this game? Oh my gosh. Wait, I gotta increase the volume. Right now. It's fucking classical music. Oh, beautiful. Right, I'm basing Milo's haiku on the fact that he's only ever gotten really fucking weird haikus from me. You like some penis, but not all of it. Picky. Only the freshest. I'll send you the pic when you are off stream. Thank you very much, man. Thank you very much. So that's Milo's haiku. I'm gonna think of something for Bestie because she's next in line. She's next in line. What is this? Woo! Grab. What is this? Alright. Matchmaker in crime. Darknet. Darknet LLC. Fuck off. Is that my... Is that a GIMP duck? Prepare the delivery. Cubic gift box. To stack bills, click on the selected bill or hold. Create a money pack. Hey, Stony! Stony, Stony, Stony! Hey, wait. We got a new... Whee! What is this, though? The fuck? Oh my gosh. Wait, I gotta change stuff here. Let's go. There we are. To stack bills, click on the selected bill. Okay. Cool. We're gonna grab the tenors. Multi pickup. Multi pickup. Multi pickup. Create a money pack. To bind the stack, use a bill strap. Aim the camera on the strap and press E. Whoa, bro! Turn on the conveyor. Place the money pack on the conveyor belt.
I'm gonna be the prettiest girl at the party.
Hey, Saltred! How you feeling, bud? How you doing? What's happening? Who are you even? Throw. New order from Bill Whisperer, the Call of Cash. Ugh. Hey-o! Wait. I'm sorry I missed your message, Sweet Pea. I guess I got carried away. Did you notice that after completing my task you gain reputation? The higher reputation in the darknet. Oh, okay. I just automatically say good job. Or, got it. Alright, gotcha. How you doing, soul? What's happening? Bill Whisperer, 150 objects, flat gift box. 150 bills of any denomination in any box. So it has to be in a box, though. Open the task tracker app. Wait, you got a message? Hello, Mr. Fresh. I've heard good things about you. Oh my fucking god, that is too much. See how it goes from there. I'm not a conspiracy. I just prefer to do my own research. Trust but verify. You understand? You must also understand that who controls money controls the world. Do me this favor. I'll remember you when I'm in charge. Always nice to make a friend. Yay. I like friends. Good, tired, have a headache, but you're alive. Feel for you. Oh. Set for delivery? Wait. Send at least 150 bills of any denomination. Alright. Grab multiple items. Hate to hear that you have a headache, bud. Hope it gets better soon. Alright, yeah, we're just gonna place that there, I guess. And, fuck it, let's crawl around. I don't give a fuck about the denominations either. At least 150 bills. Come on. Is it like all the bills they dropped here? Okay, I can hold my mouse button in to just continuously pick up. I think I'm gonna do like stacks of 50 maybe. This is how this will fuck you up. Have fun. First your seminar. Hey, so this is college. That's always nice. Got class in an hour. Dope. Oh my gosh. You are gonna have so much fun in college, man. I took some stuff for the headache, so it should have gone soon. Just hope tomorrow, because lucky today is slow day. Tomorrow's not. Yeah, I hope... Fuck off with this sound. Man, it's just a lot of... Alright, we'll throw them over here. Neon light... Wait. Where are the neon lights? Alright, I don't see them. Let me know if you want it burned down. Wait, what? The uni or? No, don't. Oh, come on. What am I gonna do with all this, then? Is that fucking German love song classic music? Got in here, man. The fuck is this? Alright, you know what, gang? We're gonna listen to Spotify instead. Oh, come on! Remember my uni days fondly and also the anxiety and shits. Freaking wonder I made it to graduation with how much I partied. Fucking same. Same. I want to compliment you somehow, but my brain isn't working. So just act like I gave you the best compliment ever. I'm not gonna listen to Spotify. You were gonna do push-ups. Ass. You are a butthole. Such a butthole. I'm gonna put on the fan as well. Ouchies, ouchies. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Ouchies. You get 10 push-ups because I've been sick lately, and I haven't done push-ups for a while. So that's what you get. Wait. I want to party. Wait, we're not gonna listen to Just let me know if what. Oh wait, if you want to burn down, shut up. No, don't burn down a university. I want a party. Thank you, Hoobs. Oh my gosh. We at university parties, usually pretty fucking fun. Why can't I move that? Alright. I did one, right? Ooh. I can put it all in my pack. Oh. Refill. Nice. Alright, there we go. I can show you the way. I'm so done drinking. I've said this 3 times since turning 18. Man, I think I said that I'm done drinking after Bestie's bachelorettes. And I said I'm done drinking after the wedding. And I said I was done drinking. I've said I was done drinking so many times in my life. And every time I say it, like I know it's not gonna... I know I'm lying to myself. You know? Alright. Give me everything here. I'm annoyed that they're like I haven't cleaned up here yet. That's what annoys me the most about this game so far. I want it nice and clean and organized. I'm gonna do that after this order. I remember your bachelor party too. Oh yeah. Never been as drunk as I was during my bachelor party. Never in my life. I didn't even think I could get that drunk. But I could. I wasn't drinking yesterday. I was driving and being around some of mine and Lou's friends drunk. It's just showing they are bad people. LOL. Man, like me and Bestie have said that before. That like, when people are drunk, their true colors show. So if you're a horrible person when you're drunk, you might want to revisit everything about yourself. I actually have a story from last night. So I came back to my dorm from work, exhausted, and went to take a shower. And these people were looking at me. I ignored it, got showered, came back to my dorm. Me and my room were talking for a good while, and all of a sudden a post-it note slides in the door and someone knocks and runs away. Pick up the note and it says, "Hey, fine shit, here's my Snapchat." Like, what the fuck? What the fuck? Hey, fine shit, here's my Snapchat? Sorry, but that's also like... That sounds like a thirsty 12-year-old. Like, oh, I can't talk to you, I'm so afraid, but anyway, I wanna fuck. And that is such a weird thing. That is such a weird... What the fuck? Regardless of who gave you that Snapchat, don't. That's a psychotic person. That's a fucked up person. Don't add that Snapchat. So fucked up. Can I grab? Take last one? No. Store. Exactly. I think me and Lou realized that we were done with one of them last night. That's honestly, sometimes that's just very, very good that you realize, like, oh, yeah, this is not my friend anymore. I'm done with them. That's absolutely not, for sure. You're being too harsh here, Doc. Your game at 18 wasn't much better. I didn't slip notes under people's doors, though. I went up to them in person, was like, hey, I am a creep. Would you want to fuck regardless? So, I mean, I was very honest about it. Just saying. And honesty, most important. Most important thing. Ooh. Let's see. We're gonna place these here. We're gonna stack them. What does this cache need cleaning? I don't know. I don't know. I seriously don't understand the game. It's not that kind of clash. It's not that kind of cleaning though. Wait, I can. Sorry, but that's fucked up. What? 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 This is... Oh, wait. I had to hold it in. Okay, gotcha. I can... What the fuck is all this? This is some weird ass stuff. Is it laundering or actually cleaning? It's laundering. It's money laundering. As far as I understand. Oh, cool. All right. Oh my gosh. We gotta. Oh my gosh. Okay, this is the best part about the game so far. I can decorate. I can manipulate my surroundings and I can decorate. Alright, hello, good guy! What up, what up, what up? How you doing, friend? Ooh, but that's a different kind of box. Good guy. Such a good guy.
Bird. Birdie. Birdie.
I gotta check all the boxes to see if there's any stuff in there. Pookers. My gosh. Y'all boys. What would Enemy say if he heard you talk like this to each other? Would he be sad that you're not calling him Pookie, or would you call him Pookie as well? Can't be here for super long. How dare you? How dare you, Hans? Oh, jeez. What, I can't... Ah, okay. Ooh, interesting. He would be weirded out? No. You never called Enemy Pookie? Is he not included in the pookiness? Poor man. Swap rotation axis? Wow! Okay, that's fun. Shut up, I'm easily entertained. He doesn't believe in Pookie culture. That's stupid. Doesn't believe in Pookie culture. Excuse you? Who the fuck he think he is? Wait, we gotta... Maybe I shouldn't have moved this thing around. He would be non-participatory. Non-participatory observer. What I hear is you're saying enemy would be a cuck in the Pookieverse? Non-participatory observer? There's a cuck right there. I've missed y'all. Hey, what's going on, gang? I did not say that verbatim. Sure you didn't. Ooh. He has the vibe. I has the vibe. What vibe do you have, bestie? Money! Drop. Right on the floor. There we go. Alright, what am I gonna do with this? I don't have it, the cuck vibe. Sure you don't. Sure you don't. Woo! Oh my gosh, I got a knife? Manipulate. Alright. What can I do with the knife? No, what's that? No, 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 no. I don't want to... Oh, wait. What the fuck? For real? Like, you make time go just by sitting on a fucking cushion? This game is super weird, gang. Oh my gosh, fun fact about penises. I actually know so many fun facts about penises. Oh, okay, so I'm gonna give you a fun fact that our new follower, but old friend, Bussy Smorgasbord, told me recently about penises. When you wash a penis, only do it with either water or like soap specifically made for your intimate parts, because real soap, proper soap, is apparently acidic on a penis and can hurt it and make it less sensitive. So don't wash with real just soap, but definitely wash your penis like daily. Wait, swap rotation axis. Ah, there we go. No, fuck! He's a wonderful... That Bussy Smorgasbord is a fucking wonderful name, and he is seriously one of the coolest people I've met. What am I gonna do with this, then? Ah. Well, welcome to... Pen stacking simulator. Fucking whatever. Oh my gosh! This also applies to vaginas. Oh, nice. See? We get more information all the time. We need it. With a name like that, I bet he's funny as hell. Oh, he is. He is. Why do I have shell casings? One of my friends from my time at uni, we have a lot of fun stories. Can we start a petition to get Soul to come to Europe? Fuck yeah. We should. Soul needs to get to Europe right now. Alright, what am I gonna do now? We got some stuff left. Alright, we're checking more stuff. Messenger. Always nice to make a friend, that's what I told you. That's it, we're going shopping. You're taking me out of here? You silly goose. No chance. Nope, not happening. We do all our shopping online. No need to leave your spot, lucky boy. What do I spend my money on? Your money? No, darling. Didn't your mom ever tell you you don't own anything here? What the fuck is this game? What is this game? I want to trade a kidney to go. Don't say that. Don't say that in uni in the US. Someone might actually be there and be like, "Oh, you for real? You wanna? You know what a kidney goes for in the market, right?" What time is it? No, fuck off! I hate all of you. I hate all of you. You beat me. It's just very well placed, though. Very well placed. I've had a bunch of potatoes recently as well. This is not good. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Ouchies. Ah! So mean. So mean. I miss you all so much. Fucking same, bro. Fucking same. Can't remember my mom. What is this game? They must have hit you pretty hard. You probably don't even remember your real name. Doesn't matter, I'm your mom now, so I'll tell you, you don't own anything here. Don't even think about stuffing your pockets or stashing anything away down here. We'll find it if you do. But enough of that. Time to shop till you drop. What the fuck is this? Whew. Oh my god. But yeah, it's been like a busy summer. A lot of stuff has happened. But I'm back. I'm hopefully getting into the groove again. Money counter. Oh fuck yes, please. Check out. Delivery in a couple minutes. Alright. Wait for your order to be delivered. Alright, finished quest. If you want, you can cancel this quest or any other. Open the task driver. Select the task you want to cancel. Press discard. Oh, okay, cool. I've missed all of you. I feel like I've dropped off the face of the earth for like a month. Right? It's so weird when you're not streaming. But we're back now. We're so fucking back. Whoa. Damn, that sound is so loud. Where's the delivery? Oh, there it is. F1. This golden baby is indispensable on your path to wealth and knows how to count money, make money stacks, and can help you sort bills by denomination. Oh, dope. Can I... wait, let's see here. What did Mom write? Did you get it? What do you think, my little star? Didn't you just love it? I love this kind of stuff. So soon for my last 2 remaining nerves. I'm so done with all you jerks, you know. What the fuck? Wait, who is... Ah! This person makes me scared. Get plastic wrap, cardboard box. Alright, so we can order boxes and shit. Cubic gift box, we got that. We got plastic pallet, but we don't have wooden pallet. Stylish steel knife, alright. Armchair, plastic bucket, piggy bank. Suitcase, spring mattress. What is all this? Steel work table, money gun. I'm gonna get a money gun. Mocha Hall travel bag. Heavy stacks rack, extra large sofa. To make it rain! Misk supplies, tools. Portable UV lamp. Stylish steel knife. I mean, I have one of those. Alright, fuck it, we're gonna add another one. Alright, check out. Make it rain, baby! Alright, Darknet, let's see. Alright, I'm enjoying this game so far. Kermit Green, Your Headache. Wait, I get more cash from this one, but this one involves more cash. Let's fucking do this. Difficulty 2, easy. Expires in 5 hours. In a sport bag, in any dollar bills. $15,000. Thank you. Order number 2 has been delivered. Come on! The fuck? Alright, I don't even know how to do any of this. Rotate, cancel, drop. Oh, there we go. Start. No! This is not what I wanted. Something happened here. Darknet. A blue-eyed cat. Alright. Oh, wait. Oh! So it only got the $100 bills. Gotcha. Alright. Manipulate. Cut the money pack. Oh, and I change. Alright, gotcha. There we go. Alright. I DM you on Discord. What do you DM her about? You don't have to hold R or anything. Alright, that is fucking lovely though, because now I can like stack them much better. Born to flex. No. Where's my money gun? We're just gonna stash it in there for now. Jesus. Alright. Nine pieces, $900. Oh, that's what it gave out last time. Alright, wait. I hope there's gonna be a better way to grab cash later than just like throwing it on the fucking floor. Noble's playing Once Human. He's alive. He's here. Well, he's probably not here, but he's like alive. He's in the world. He's online. Oh my gosh. How's the music, by the way? Because like to me it's like decently loud. Oh Jesus. But I don't know. I don't know how it is for y'all. I haven't noticed it. It's quite quiet. Gotcha. That's what I was worried about as well. Let me up the volume. Ooh. That's nice for me, at least. Oh my gosh, more Kid Hue. Love it. We've listened to Kid Hue before. When Hoobs has cued it. Maybe not this particular song, but you've definitely cued some Kid Hue before. I remember that I liked it at least. Ah. $100 or $100 bills. 100 bills. Not necessarily in dollars. Or no, it's all dollars, but fuck, I don't. Whatever, you know what I mean. Nice intro. Nice intro. The cling film is probably to make, like, whole bales of money later, right? There's a lot of money here. On the floor. Didn't you know the artist as well, Boobs? Or did I mistake? Or am I mistaken? It might have been someone else who knew an artist. Fuck, I have the worst memory. Oh my gosh, look at how nice and clean it is. Don't look at the big money pile. In a sport bag. Wait, so there was nothing? Haha, that worked. Nice. Alright, $50 bills, baby. Alright. I'm gonna tie this. There we go. So that's like 5,000, right? You know him? Oh my gosh. I knew it. Like 100 times 50. That's 5,000, right? Yeah, it is. 77. There we go. Alright, $50 bills, let's go. We can do 50 of these as well, I think. Wait, can I just put them in the bag? And then I have... Oh, that's fucking nice. I can just put them in my bag. That's wonderful. Alright, so... Darknet. Let's see, that one expires soon. $15,000 in a large box in any dollar bills. Kermit Green. $31. Hehe. There we go. This one is super good with a great feature too. Nice. We love a great feature. Whee! Alright, that's 50s. Let's grab the money stack. And now let's tie this together. 100 times 50 is also 5,000. Yeah, that's how math works. Fuck, I'm an idiot. Alright, we got 24 of that. Put that there. Wait, no. Yeah, alright. For now, I guess. ATP, I think I should just queue the album. you could queue maybe not the whole fucking album, but you can definitely queue a bunch of songs if you wanna. Alright, so that... Oh, okay. But that was $150 bills? No, why did I do this? No, that was 82. What the fuck? 83. Combine. No? Alright, wait. Money stack. What did I do wrong here? I'll drop a few here and there. That'd be really nice, actually. Alright, we're gonna tie this up. That's 15k, right? In a sport bag, in any... Wait, no, this is a backpack. This isn't a sport bag, right? Or would it count as a sport bag? No, come on. You can't be serious. I just sorted all that shit out. Alright. The fuck? Wait, that's 100, so that's 5,000. 5,000. 5,000. Alright. Man, fuck it, we're sending this. Let's go. Those are 50s, all of them. The rustle of banknotes. Sick. Alright, we got the 50s. We're just gonna grab them all. Oh, come on. 20s. Let's fucking go. Take the new quest in the Darknet app. Alright. 45k in any wet, dry bills? That is such a weird thing. Alright, we're gonna stack 120s. Alright, let's see. Just flying everywhere. Alright. Tie this up. I'm really enjoying this game. Like when X Gamer told me about the game or suggested it in I was gonna say chat, but in Discord, I had a feeling that I'd enjoy it. I can fucking see 20s here though. Give me the 20s, bitch. There you go. Alright, we got another order for Ginger in a small box. $10,000. Bound to strap in packs of any dollar bills. Sure. We'll accept both of them, I guess. What the fuck? We're gonna put the 20s over there. That was it? There we go. Alright. Oh shit. Alright, so we got a fair bit of cash there. How will I ever know what wet or dry bills are though? Like the difference between them in this game. It's not like I can feel them. And how do you separate them in the game to begin with? There we go. We'll just stand there. Fuck. Alright. Oh, actual wet bills. They're dripping. Alright. Body. Saw me. New order from Big Boss, Web of Decisions. It's like I can accept them and then they just don't expire, or what? Reputation points, easy. Alright, I'll just accept everything then. In a small box. This has to count as a small box, right? Alright, black market. No, how to hide a body. We're gonna add that to the cart. Tools. Supplies. I'm gonna buy 10 of those. Just cause, like, why not? Yeah, that's a backpack. Plastic sports bag. Tools. Custom dryer. Plastic bucket. Maybe the armchair as well. Crate. Alright, let's fucking order that and we'll see what happens. There's no hundreds in there? Fuck off. Is it all 50s? Fuck, it looks like it. Am I an idiot? Yeah, I'm an idiot. Wait. A task tracker. In a small box. We're gonna set this one for delivery. Combine multiple money packs and wrap them in cling plastic to create a money block. Send 45k in any wet or dry bills bound with strap-in packs, wrapped in plastic and blocks, in a suitcase. We got the suitcase. There we go. Alright. Super interesting. Splurt. Main light. Alright, cool. Too much. Man, I like this song. Order number 3 has been delivered. What? Wait, what? What do you mean order number 3 has been delivered? Find myself in the... Before you box of Wet Money, they are the actors in our scene. You must show them their marks. Wet Money, are you serious? Wet Money speaks in sotto voce. You see, it's almost imperceptible even to the most observant audience. Pay attention. Inside the box, there are bills. Inside the suitcase, an empty stage for its actors to take their marks. Precision and perfection, that's all I ask. Once your work is complete, I would have you deliver the suitcase. The entire production hinges on your performance. Why go through all this trouble? Because there's no mere charade, my boy. It is theater. Now break a leg. Alright. Those are tenors. This is like dry cash. Marked money. Oh, okay. Cool. Alright, small boxes fucking over there. Alright, I enjoy this game way too much already. No? What the fuck? I thought it would be an actual box. Alright. Fuck it then. Now playing. I may have to make that. Maybe. But this one is... Though, this one was the one you queued. No, the Atlas Collective. Was it an accident? This is a good accident then. Alright, tenors. Alright, that's mine. One of the ones I bought. Alright, this one has 50s in it. $6,600s. Alright. Man. This is all so chaotic, like nothing is in order. Is this even... Wait, let me... It's not even fucking all properly... Oh my gosh, that's annoying. That's really annoying, actually. Why are there different bands on different things? Alright, we're gonna wait with y'all. I need 50s. There we go. Another stack of 50s. Found the wrong songs that did twice. This is really good though. I'm gonna add this to my liked songs. This was really nice. Oh my gosh. Alright. What do they say? 45k? That's 5, 10, 15, 20, 25. $30. And 35. He liked it. There's no he liked it command? That's weird. That is super weird, mate. So fucking awesome and weird and awkward and you know all the things, yeah? Sorry, I should shut the fuck up. What do we say? 20, 10, 20, 30, 35, 40. We need 45. 45,000? 45? You just need $45,000. It's in my source code folder, so I don't know why it's not on production. That's weird. Oh, all right, we got money here. No. Cut this money pack, and we're gonna count the money. Cut that money pack. I want to transform into a Tyrannosaurus Rex. That sounds awesome, though. Who wouldn't wanna? Oh wait, you know what we could do? I just realized. We can order more money counters, but they're 1.2k. Fuck. You have insufficient perms for that one? Tell Enemy, he must fix it. I don't even know, because like Enemy is the one who fixes everything with permits and shit. I'm just a pretty face. I think he liked it as a command bit mod only. Oh, okay. Hey, you know what? We're gonna put you in the bag as well. Yes. So this 5,000, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30, 35, 40, 45. Cling, wet and dry, bound and strap, in a suitcase. There you go. No, wait. Why did this turn on again? My dad is Bruce Lee? I don't think so, bro. Bruce Lee's super dead. I think that is on our mod only. That's some bullshit, though. You should get on his case about it. Like, get real angry with him. What the fuck, man? I'd definitely be up for more Kid Hue. That's not a problem for me. In a small box, 10,000. Alright, blue steps. Alright, that's all hundreds, right? Yeah. Did you... other good songs. I'll pull some mattering music that I liked first. Honestly, anything. You have really good taste in music, I think. I'm up for listening to almost anything. Alright, so this is 2.5K. That's always something, you know? That's 200. Tenors. Alright, let's see if it's all 10, though. New order from Blue Eyed Cat, Financial Flow. Big Bows. Blue Cat, sure, we'll accept that. So this is 10 times 100, that's 1,000. Wet fucking bills, though. You saying I have good taste in music has honestly made my week. Man. You enjoying a compliment is making my week. So there you are. See? We're just making each other's weeks. Isn't that wonderful? Isn't that just lovely? No, cancel. We're gonna drop it there. Wow. Ooh. Is this fucking Chinese rap? Nice. It is Chinese. Dang. Loving it. Loving it. Still got a money stack though. What the fuck? What happened? I have such diverse taste in music. Can any one of you go to class for me? Nah, man, fuck that shit. I'm done with my uni days. I only have fun classes nowadays, like creative writing classes. Ugh, the sound. The fucking sound. The sound of it. Split. So 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Do do do. Oh, come on. Fuck off with these. Why won't it tell me that it's all strapped up then? Yeah, we got some tenors in here. Let's see what we can do with this. We're gonna mix the wet and the dry ones. I don't give a fuck anymore. Can anyone go? Give me a moment, I'll get there. She won't. She's lying to you. She won't go to class for you. It's a filthy lie. Bleh. Fucking finally, right, so that's 10k. Take the wet money, I don't give a fuck anymore. Bound with the strap in packs of any dollar bills. Play search? Oh, that's insane. You going there with the Chinese characters and everything too? Small box, any dollar bills. Yeah, baby. The soft rustle. Sorry, but that sounds like the worst rapper name ever. Yeah, they call me the soft rustle. It's cause I'm soft. And make a rustling sound when I walk. Ah, there we go. Look at this. $100 bills, baby. Wet $100 bills too. Woo. That's tenors. Ah! Jesus Christ, that's loud. Hey, what up, man? How you feeling? 100 times 100 is 10,000. Yes. Can't be anything else. Right. Skip. I need 100 of these bad boys. Skip. You know what? Oh, wait, we can... I can sort it myself! Oh my gosh, yes! Alright, hundreds. Hunters. Sure, I'll... It's locked! Oh my gosh, alright. Because that's 100, but they are wet. No, fuck off. That's 2,500. In a small box and any dollar bills. Oh wait, and it's not supposed to be strapped either. I'm just gonna place those there for now. That's $10,000. Do about the same as yesterday, but a little worse. So I decided now I'm staying home. That's good on you. That's good on you. My body need the resty. Helpers lower privileges. It can be strapped. Oh. Well, now it's not. Alright, 25... 2,500. Oh, come on. Fuck's sake. That's annoying. That's 12.5k. $12.5k. 13.5k. $14.5k. And then 50 of these bad boys. Fuck off. Tenors. Math satisfying? Nah. I wouldn't say that. It makes math super fucking annoying, if anything. I need 50 of these. That's 500, right? No, wait. 5 of them... No, 10 of them is 100. Yes, 50. 50 is 500. Fucking... I don't even give a fuck anymore. Okay, fair, it's kind of annoying at the start. What do you think of the Mandarin music? I love the Mandarin music, for sure. It was really nice. Alright, we got tenors. Dry tenors. 50s, dry 50s. Why do I have 2 knives? Can I get rid of one of them? Alright, fuck it, we're just looking for the 10s right now. This is where you're not a math teacher. Yeah, oh, for sure. Oh, man. I sucked at math. I will always suck at math. Hate math. I just want to, like, level up so I can have machines doing more stuff for me. Alright. So that's a cool K. Right, so 20s, 50s, 100s, and 50 straps should be at least. Or 100 straps. Fuck, I gotta check it out. This is not what I wanted. No. Alright, so we're gonna put dry 50s in here.
You're not my supervisor!
Ah! Jesus! You're not my supervisor! Oh. Asshole. Alright, fine. Literally boogieing down. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. You get 10 push-ups. You get 10 push-ups. No more. No less. Oh my gosh. Try tenors over there. I love when the math works out on something. Like, I understand that, but like, I've had bad experiences with math my whole life. Like, it's never been easy for me. Only very few times in my life has math made sense. So it's gonna take me a while to understand what the fuck I'm doing. Do we have any tenors here? Wait, no, you don't. I don't have to do that right now. I can just sort it all out. There you go. Definitely saw some tenors there. Right now doing math 4 and 5 in school at this moment. Oh yeah, but you're in senior grade as well. Like that's the most advanced math you get, right? We gotta start cooking. Right, you're a married woman now. You gotta cook food. All day, every day, you gotta slave away in the kitchen. No, that's a joke. Wonder what the... We're just gonna sec this. What the punishment is for not finishing, or not picking up enough jobs. Backpack, any dollar bills. 15K. Tenors. Burp. 100. Wait, we can actually... Where's the big box? There we go. Alright. Trying to think what that translates to. I don't even know, man. American math is difficult to me. Like, I don't understand your system at all. And I honestly don't think the Swedish system makes much sense either. So that's one with dry hundreds, right? Yeah. We got wet money, we got dry money. Which one of you fuckers is tripping? Alright. We're just gonna place it all in here for now. Oh, come on. Hopefully it can just go in there. You wanna try some Japanese drill music? Fuck yeah, man. Give me some of that drill music, man. Whee! Oh shit, it actually... Oh my god. You kidding me? I was like, oh, if I'm lucky, it catches some of it. That's so awesome. Oh, that is so nice. That is so, so nice. Aggressive, too aggressive. It's me, Debbie Downer. I want another money counter. Fuck it. I'm buying one. Ice. There we go. See? And then we're gonna place the big box there instead. Because that, I think, just the fact that it has bigger surface area. Second one is a remix of a popular drill song. Dope. It's me, Debbie Downer. Alright, you know what? We're gonna cut this up and place it in there instead, because if it's wet money, I might not actually want it. It's too depressive. Let Nice, nice, nice. Yes. Debbie Debbie Downer. Debbie Debbie Downer. Alright, I'm enjoying this game a whole lot, by the way, X Gamers. I'm really happy that you told me about it. But it is an annoying game, for sure. 20s. Wait, oh! Wait, who queued this one? I thought it was only who's queuing songs. This is really nice. This might be Bestie, actually. Ah, fucking... In case there was an accident if you like it. No, I like it. It's a remix of a very popular Swedish song, actually. So I enjoy it. Hey. Alright, there's gotta be a better way of doing this than just, like, hopefully shoving it into a box. You love it the more, the longer you go, and the better it gets in the end. Calculus is fun. May add this to my playlist. You should! Should. Swedish music is fucking banger, mate. Yeah, I've always had an issue with math, like I said. It's never been... We've never been friends, me and math. I staden där jag växte upp och så det går. That's hundreds dry and wet. What did I put in here? 50s. There you go. 50s, yay. Math 5 is kind of higher than that, easier in a way. I'm logic thinking about. I'm so excited to start university. You should be excited. It's fucking awesome to go to university. Like, it's such a trip. But it is also, like, fairly scary because it is the start of your grown life. Okay. Already I'm enjoying this song. It goes pretty hard. Oh, try 20s. Blue strips. Translate US system, Malphite is close to something post AP. Go to class, man. Go to class. Have a great time in class. Message me when you're out, Pookie. Message us all when you're out. When you're free. When you have shed this mortal coil. No, don't. That's not how it works at all. Fuck. I mixed them. Ah! Balls. Alright, tenors. dry tenors. We got them there. Let's go. 20s, dry 20s. We have no dry 20s box. We get dry 50s. Alright. New order from Masonic. Masonic. That's too big for me though. In a backpack. Loadout $15,000 in any dollar bills. Let's see. So that's wet hundreds. This is dry hundreds. No, seriously? They got put in the same... Fuck's sake. Balls. Alright. There we go. $100 in wet bills. That's 10K, right? $100 wet bills. Slid in the DMs, you know I get coochie. Alright, we had 10K, we need 5,000 more, that's it. My recommendation is to have only stacks of hundreds to make the math way easier and easy. Yeah, that's what I'm trying to do as well. Small box, 5,000 in a small box. That I can do. That's not even a problem. What? Fuck's sake. That's 2,000. 4,000. 5,000. There we go. English and Polish. Nice. We love it when people cooperate, don't we, gang? Alright, let's see if that works to catch bills. How far along in the story are you? I've only just begun. Like, I've been streaming for an hour and a half, and not more than that. I've barely done any, anything. The woman who calls herself my mom, who isn't my mom, recently took me shopping, but she hasn't talked to me since. Oh, come on. Start that one. Hundreds. You just have to wait to get more orders. I recommend accept them as soon as you get them because they don't have a time limit after. Yeah, I've noticed that though. But there have been orders that I'm just too low level to do. But these are fine. Task tracker. Oh shit, we got some stuff here. XXL, open carefully, do not cut. Federal Reserve Bank? Bro. This is not how we do things here. You had hundreds, so you can have 50s. Try $100 bills, baby. Uh, 20s? Nice. We get dry 50s, anyone? Dry 50s? We got dry 50s over here. Thank you very much. This should all be tenors now. But we'll see. Dry 20s, dry 20s, dry 20s right over there. Oh my gosh. Then we got dry 10s, dry 10s. Awesome. This is the one you meant. Gotcha, gotcha. I'm enjoying it. I'm enjoying it. Alright. New order from Little Johnny. Aw. Well, alright, so I'm enjoying this game. It seems like it's a very, like, fairly relaxing game. Like, it's not very stressful. It's kind of like a crime scene cleaner in that way. 20s.
Also do the gold ones to progress faster. BTW used the knife on the police bag. I learned the hard way.
Wait, the police bag? This one? So I think I already opened it. Oh no. Because I opened it without doing anything. Like, I just opened it. But I didn't take out the money or anything. It's fine, you think? Looked like there were a lot of 50s in there, so we're just gonna check that out. 20s, 20s. It would have gone in, oh, yeah, because it's a fucking Federal Reserve bag. Of course. Of course, man. Of course, my horse. Ooh. Enjoying this song as well. This looks like a hodgepodge, so we're just gonna place it there and look for the 50s to begin with. How do I get rid of this then? It's trash now. All right. What do you think of this one? I'm loving it as well. Hoops. Like I said, you got really good taste in music. Like, I know both you and me appreciate hip hop and rap, you know, the more, you know, the more difficult stuff, you know, the heavy shit, right? Sorry, I should shut the fuck up. Alright. But yeah, I definitely understand why you like this X Gamer. Little Johnny. No, I'm too low level for you, Little Johnny. Mr. Baby.
I'm just going to keep using this to relay info so you don't miss it, XD.
I would love that, actually. That is not a problem at all for me. Alright. There we go. 20s. Fuck's sake. That should be 20s, right? I'm just gonna put all of that in there. That's like unsorted bills. Fuck, now I'm mixing them. I'm an idiot. I'm such an idiot. Oh my god. Lord. Alright, this is the last time on queue before it got to go. Where you going, man? Where are you abandoning me? You got fun stuff to do? Alright, Alright, so we do 50s here, then we move over to 20s, and then the rest. So from here, we move it. Whatever. Alright, there we go. I think I'm getting a hang of it. You know what I meant with gold one, right? Also, you should
100
change
points,
the
though.
orders up for delivery
It
and
is
so on.
fine. You know what I meant with gold one, right? Oh, and also you should know
The
you
gold
can
one,
change
yeah,
what
Build the
order is up
Whisperer,
for
right?
delivery on new phone.
Active quest. Why should I do that? Should I do his first? 50 Shades of Cash? Oh, I hadn't accepted that either. Dang. Alright, task tracker. 50 Shades of Cash, baby! Set for delivery. $10,000 and $100 bills in a black sport bag. Well, that's doable right now, actually. Because a stack of $100 bills is 10,000. Right, that was easy. Nice. I suck at this game, though. There we go. Right. New order from Hot and Dry. What do you think of this one? Oh, the last one was nice. This one is one of my own. Rick Scatter. Ow. Bum 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 bum. All right. Bye-bye, Hoobs. Nice to see you. Nice to have you here. Love you lots. In a box. I'm just gonna grab one of these disgusting boxes. Because I'm thinking if I do... You know what? We're going to do 10s and 20s instead. Because that should take care of most of the bills. There we go. Gold equals story progress. If you did not understand that yet and you want to start to unlock more stuff and make the game even better. Gotcha. Gotcha. 20s and 10s, actually. Oh, Jesus in heaven. What is that gold stuff? What is that stuff in it? Focus on making the gold things first. Gotcha. What was this one called? Rick Scatter Hot Dry. Burn listed objects. 3 backpacks. Wait, what? Dry money. Oh, okay, so the money has to be dry then. Well, these 20s are dry at least. Read the messages too. Now you're stressing me out, man. Money is fine. Wait, what the fuck? No, I've been thinking, bright colors attract too much attention. Because flash sports are full of cash, hundreds, 50s, even the odd 10, all the colors of the rich man's rainbow. Let's say these hundreds are special. I can't carry them like this. I need somewhere less crowded to keep my cash. Quiet, discreet, classy, I love it. Do it carefully. What's in it for me? A share of the money and my respect. Money's fine, respect doesn't pay the bills. So it has to be the same money, but in a black sports bag for him. No, it's fine. It's fine. It's definitely fine. I appreciate you. But it can't help me out. I managed to get myself an immense maybe out of one. It's bag full of cash, and it's all soaked. I need you to dry out money and pack it for me. Sure. How did it happen? You won't believe this. I was running across a bridge over a river and suddenly down the bridge collapsed. I mean, of course, I ended up splashing into the water, backpack and all. What a stroke of luck. Luck? Yep, you know why? It turns out there was a police ambush waiting for me on the other side of the bridge. If I hadn't fallen, they'd have nabbed me. But this way, I'm soaked but free. That's luck, isn't it? What's with the trash in the backpacks? Oh, that's another story? You see, I grabbed a bunch of junk for good luck, kind of like souvenirs and maybe for camouflage? Everything's soaked and I don't want the money to get ruined. Please dry it and pack it up properly, okay? Burn the backpacks, for luck, of course. What the fuck? Oh, man. Alright. Love excitement, though. Alright. Let's see how many 10s we have here. This one seems dry enough. Why is there... why is shit burning over here? What the fuck is happening? Why is everything burning now? What the fuck? What the fuck? What the fuck? Progress? This is how you progress?
Burn, baby, burn.
Oh, and there's more behind here?
Oops. Wait. You're still alive? Oh dear. I can only imagine the smell down there, Mr. Farash Bacon. Looks like those piles of wet cash saved you from death. And I bet that
fuck,
money's
man?
all dry now. What a lucky boy. Next time you won't be so lucky. Next time Mommy will finish the job and...
What the fuck is wrong with her, man? Sorry, out of service? How do I burn them then? Oh, in here. Oh wait, I just pick them up and I throw them in. Oh, okay. Cool, cool. Press on each trash piece to collect from trash bag. Oh, to collect and form a trash bag. Let's see. This. Oh my gosh, I feel so stupid now. Alright, burn a trash bag with at least 5 trash pieces. Cleansing fire. This is how you do it? You just burn shit? Stoney's interested in the game now? Oh yes, yes, perfect. Oh, lava! Butter. Alright. Let's see what we can do here. I should have like 4 of them so they can work in tandem. That pushes if you get something stuck in there. Oh, that's pretty smart though. Shit, why am I still burning stuff? We need to burn 3 backpacks as well. I'll just grab a backpack I had before. And some she is pretty. She is the Bella, Belfast City. Oh, danger, high temperature. Yes. Good, good. Hot dry has progressed. Nice. Awesome stuff. What the fuck? That's bullet casings. Why were there so many bullet casings there? The fuck, man? Alright, dry money in any dollar bills bound with a strap in packs. 10k. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 times 2, that's 10k. Bound with a strap in packs of any dollar bills in a dry box. There you go. What? Oh! Is this for me? What is that? Excuse you? Oh my gosh, cool. Alright, dope. Hey yo, are you literally doing money laundry? Yeah, I am. Hey Frankenstein, what's up? Yeah, I am, he said happily. Yeah. Oh, for fuck's sake. I hate it when it's actually stacked like this. Leave the girls alone. She's the Bella, Belfast City. How you doing, Frankenstein? What's happening? For some reason, it's a really nice game. It's super fucking satisfying. Beautifully washed in iron $10 notes. Beautifully washed in iron $10 notes. I feel like I need to... I need to reevaluate my whole situation here. I need to make it better. Darknet. Rick Scatter. Dry money in any dollar bills. Didn't I send that though? Didn't I just do that? Am I crazy or didn't I just do that? In a dry box. He's not gotten the washing part yet. No dirty, sweaty $1 bills for you. Right, you know what? Fucking... No washing? Yucky. He's missing 120? Oh, come on. How did I miss that? Oh, I'm an idiot. Alright, I'm gonna... Fuck's sake. $120? You know what? Let me... 100... 10... 10. There we go. Fuck's sake. What? Why are you... Ah, shit. No. Balls. Because it's not straps. I can't strap it? It's so big in the corner. It has to be strapped. I can't strap these fuckers. Okay, wait, I could. Never mind. Right, now then. Yay, it's green. Alright. Awesome. So annoyed. Oh, Jesus Christ. Alright, you know what? I'm gonna order like more big boxes. Something at least. Could be like tools? Shopping cart. I mean, the shopping cart is quite large. Marked bills sorter? Very interesting. Supplies. Cardboard box XXL. Let's order like 3 of those. Actually 5. Strap that dirty boy. Oh, come on! You're such a perv. Oh my gosh. Bitter Run travel bag. I'm gonna order a piggy bank. I want all of these things. Just gonna order stupid shit as well. There we go. 48 minutes. What the fuck is this? It pains me. What do you mean it pains you? Is this the dryer? Yeah, if you got wet menu, you just finished washing it. Don't hesitate to toss it in the dryer. Oh my gosh, that's so stupid. Alright, we're just gonna toss it in there. You have progress, baby! Woo! Progress! Soft. But let's do it soft. Soft. Whee! Main light. Daylight? I can have daylight now? Oh my gosh! Look at this! I can see the sun! I can't see the sun, but you know what I mean. Alright, fuck. I gotta sort this up. Dry it in the fire? No, it's not dried in the fire. This is a dryer. Wait. Was this the dry? No, it's all good. It's all good. It's all good. It got dried in the fire, doctor. Wait, all of my money got dried in the fire? Oh, that makes sense though. Where did I put my stack of $100 bills? Alright. Order number 5 has been delivered. What does that mean? Oh, okay, my order. Oh, shit! Jesus Christ in heaven. Fuck me. There's a lot of stuff, though. Right, but we needed to do this. Alright, we're gonna do this. I played 40 hours of this game, dude. Well, I can't wait until I've played 40 hours of this game as well. There we go. Place you there. My kitty cat over there. There we go. I'm just gonna place all the cash in like a pile. Why would that be? I'm just gonna place those bullet casings there for now. I don't give a fuck. Oh my gosh, sleepy, sleepy, bye bye. Alright, we're just gonna clean up for a little while. There's no rush in this game, which I enjoy. But you got farther in 10 minutes and Doc has gone over these 2 hours. Shut the f... I mean, you're not wrong, but that's so mean. So mean, Mr. Baby, big boys, Lil Johnny. Let's see here. We're gonna set this for delivery. 7,000 legit bills. Use a UV lamp to check for counterfeit or legit bills. Use a clean box. Interesting. Oh shit, right, we gotta... Those we gotta cut open. Do not cut. Well, fuck you. We got ships here as well? What the fuck, man? Pick up games fast, and learn everything within a few minutes of playing. I do not pick up games fast, I can tell you that much. It takes me a little while. That's a moldy ass box too. Ugh. I know. Come on. But also, like, I try not to rush through anything. What's this? Broken switcher? Okay, we can't do anything with that. Are you gonna place my new lamp? Ooh, very nice looking lamp. Alright, wait, you know what we should do then? We should no. We're gonna do it, all of it one way. Just take 2 and 2 together and understand what to do really fast. That is kind of impressive, though. Alright, there we go. I want like 2 more of these fuckers. Hey, Karoo! What up? Thanks for the sub. Oh my gosh. Woo! How you doing, friend? What? Wait, Bestie hasn't gotten her haiku yet either. I'm terribly sorry, but like I'm so invested in this game. Oh my gosh, people, check out Karoo if you haven't. If y'all are new to my channel, you need to check out her channel. God fucking damn it, she's a legend. Oh no, you don't have to. Shut up. Karoo's like one of the best streamers I've ever seen, if not the best one. Chaotic, wonderful. So nice. Such a nice person. Alright, we got 10s here, 20s there. I feel like this is the wrong setup. You need to be the 20s, and y'all need to be the 10s. And then start. Dr. Vem is the best streamer? No, Karoo's the best streamer. No, Karoo's the best streamer. We're gonna fight about this. It's gonna be an epic fight. Let's see here. How you doing, Karoo? How you feeling? You've also been off streaming for a while, as have I. Them starts when I'm heading to bed, so don't usually manage to catch him, right? Can we both be the best streamer? Co-best streamers? Has that ever been done, though? Oh shit, more police bags. I don't have a UV light yet. Can I buy one? Portable UV lamp. Alright, so I can't do that quest just yet. We can be the first to do it. Oh my gosh. Co-best streamers, not ink stain money. Okay, but that means like ink I can obviously see in a sports bag. Alright, I only have the one red sports bag, so I don't know if I'll have to, like, if I need that later. Oh man, got so many different things here. Jesus fucking Christ. What is that? I like how we ignore the instructions and that is the best way to get money out of the bags. Seriously. But I mean, it's the law telling us how to do stuff and we're not gonna listen to the law. Yay! I got a pig! I'm gonna call you policeman. No, sorry. Or am I? Alright, I'm definitely gonna need like a big box sooner or later. Ooh. I'm gonna cut ya. Nice. Alright. We are money laundering. Oh, fuck yeah, we are. Oh, we're laundering all of this money. Baby! Are those only hundreds? Did I already fuck up? Come on. Why is it missing the box? It's the biggest fucking box I could find. I swear to God. Ah! 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 Sorry. Oh my gosh. Yep, Lielvi's here. I'm just lurking and got no energy. Still feel like a pig. Should be named Popo. Popo, of course. Of course. Popo the pig. Popo. Sketchy sketchy. I can't actually pet the pig, so it's the hand will have to do it. Piggy the Popo. Popo the piggy. Very good. Very, very, very good. Yes, I'm quite satisfied with this name. Alright. Wow. Spoiler, can't wait until we get to the Euro. We have Euros as well? Man. Euros, if anything, are just toy money. Even looks like Monopoly money. Alright, start that shit. It was early too, but you missed it, so I had to say it again. I'm terribly sorry, friend. I'm like I said, I'm so fucking focused on the game. Ah! Alright. Beers with Uncle Steven. Mate. Alright, I gotta make Bestie's haiku. Hehe. Hey, Nick is here! What up, Nick? Nuke. Does sure hell worth more than 1 year is about 116. Dope. Hehehe. Alright, bestie, I got your haiku right here. Your wedding was dope. Such fun, much love, and that dress? You are beautiful. That's right. That's right. Default Twitch is so ugly. I don't even know what default Twitch looks like anymore. I only have like the streamer version of Twitch now. Oh my gosh. Literally all of the wonderful people are here. People I usually don't see either, because I stream like in what is my early morning or early midday, and normal people have jobs or they are in the US. Yes, I'm saying some of you are normal, even though you're not, and we all know it. What am I even gonna do with this bucket? But yeah, I'm gonna stream right now. Obviously, I'm gonna stream right now. I'm gonna stream tonight. I don't know how for long I'm gonna stream either, so it might be a little while actually. But we're gonna grab all this.
I'm gonna be a preschool at the party.
What was I gonna say? Tomorrow I'm gonna stream later again, and we'll see what we're playing. Only reason I'm playing this now is because yesterday Xgamer was like, "When are you gonna play it?" And then I looked it up again and I was like, "Oh fuck, this looks so much fun! I gotta play it." But this also means, like, since this is like a sorting and management game, I might be here for a while. I don't know. The wife will be probably mad at me, but you know, that's a sacrifice we all are willing to make, and that's okay. So okay. Okay, so if we just grab the bullet casings, they're trash. Sussy Baka? Sussy Baka? Hello! She's what the fuck? Hello. What do you mean hello? You have a job, don't you? Like a nerd. Nerd Nick. Nick the nerd. Nick the working nerd. 17. Oh, that I think that one. Oh, you don't do play search. You just do play and then the link. Otherwise, it's going to take the thing and search everything that is in the link, basically. There you go. You're not fucking dumb. You're a dumb fuck. Or you can't burn bullet casings? Well, that's some bullshit. Both? Both is okay. Both is acceptable. Right, you fucker. Show me the money! Alright, Alright, we got 100 there. You're not dumb, you did a dumb thing. You are the stupid one here. What do you mean? Wait, what can I do? I forgot what I was saying. I forgot what I was talking about. What the fuck is this? Nope. Is this who the fuck queued this? Burn the bullet casings. Gotcha. Who the fuck queued this one? You're not dumb. You did it dumb. Accidentally queued it. Well, now we gotta listen to it. Those are the rules. Nope. We have to listen to it. Karoo, this is actually a famous artist in Sweden at the moment called Fröken Snusk. Or, what the fuck would Fröken Snusk be in English? Miss Naughty? Oh shit, alright.
Skip.
Miss Naughty is filthy. Basically. I can't hear the music because all my shit is fucked up. Man, what is happening? And yeah, basically all she does is like sing about, oh, I'm just a teenager and you have all this money and you have a fast car and oh my god, let's get drunk and stuff. And she's like 30 something herself. It's just it's the weirdest fucking thing. Doesn't work for some dumb reason. Hey, it's Epadunk. No. Huya is good. Huya is Epadunk. Alright, this is the one you accidentally queued. We're gonna skip this one as well. There we go. Is that better? Everyone happy? Skip. What even is this? This is all just $100 bills? Huya is the exception to the rule. This is very true, though. Oh, balls. I need a better system here, I think. What do you say, chat? Do I need a better system? Do I need to actually think through what I'm doing? Because I don't think I need to. Thinking is dumb, and we are not dumb people. Let's see here. I'm just gonna place all you there. Chat. You need our verdict on the song? He's not sure. Look at the young degenerate. As he shows that he's not sure about his choice of words. Choice of song. Fuck! Doctor from a guy with 40 hours in this game, you need to figure your shit out. I need to figure my shit out, right? But like, I'm annoyed because wait, these are 50s and 100s, right? Oh, fuck off. How do I? You gotta guide me through this, X Gamer. Is there any way to like cut up all these builds at the same time? Because like, if I have two, I can only cling wrap them. So I gotta like cut it up. Motherfucker. Open your bag. Get the knife in your hand. Oh no, you kidding me? Fuck off! Thanks, man. Store. Fucking so annoying. So annoying. Walking around with fake IDs. Knife. Baby, pay my fee. By the way, Baby No Money, my new favorite artist forever and ever. I just love everything he does. When he went to Sweden to perform, he dressed up in a Pippi costume. And just for that, I have mad respect for him. There we go. Take last one. Stab. Stab. Something about it. That is baller as fuck, right? And honestly, like, his social media game is just insane. Like, he did some collab with some TikToker where he dressed up as, Rumi from, Demon Hunter, K-pop Demon Hunters. Just, like, how are you this cool? He also said in like an interview pretty early on when he got big that all he's looking for in a woman is someone to peg him. And people were like, oh my gosh, really? He's like, yeah. Yeah. Awesome, man. He is for sure a degenerate. Same, honestly, what a guy. Also, like that line, this dick ain't free, baby, pay my fee. Like, Slay King, know your worth. Come on. Start. Slay! Slay your enemies! Come on. Stab it all, stab it. I don't remember where I heard this song the first time, but I think it's so fucking, like, it's a vibe. It's such a vibe. Come on. No! Ah. You don't have Desk-chan here, so just imagine it. Oh my gosh. I'm sorry. I don't know who Deskchan is, but it sounds cute. Am I correct in assuming that it's cute? Alright, Jesus Christ in heaven. This is a lot of cash, gang. Clean and dry money, 42k. What if I don't want to? No. Like, what are you gonna do about it? Do I have 1.2k? No, I don't. You should also take the cash ball, hold the drop button to scoop up all the loose bills. Haven't I been doing that? Am I gonna use the dirty backpacks for anything? Like, is someone gonna be like, hey, I want money in a dirty backpack, or can I clean them? Oh wait, I don't have the washing machine yet. Never mind. I don't even know what this does, but I'm placing all that there. Spotify played me one of her newer songs today and was not ready for like artist banner pictures. She has, oops, Doja Cat. I haven't even seen her artist banner. You can give them a dirty one if they don't say they want a clean one. Nice. Well, that's awesome. Alright, I think that's all the cash. From there. Oh, sorry. '20s, baby! It's literally just ass. Okay, Jesus. Not saying you didn't enjoy it. Oh, come on, wait. What the fuck is this? Oh, come on. It's just hundreds, though, so that's kind of nice. What am I gonna do with the coins? Bro. What the fuck those coins for? Here's where you take a cash ball. What do you mean, cash ball? Paying your money laundering. There can be orders with coins. Cool. I can't put them in the pig? Oh, too bad. Well, alright. Coins are us, I guess. What the fuck is this? Stephen Lynch! Oh my god, I haven't listened to Stephen Lynch in forever. Oh my gosh. Cut. 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 Avoid the ink by ignoring instructions. Classic you. I'm the best. Oh shit. Alright. Like, I decided to take the $10 and $20 bills first, just cause, like, oh, that'll be less bills, but honestly I'm thinking maybe I should do the hundreds and fifties first, just to get orders out. Fuck, I love Stephen Lynch. I haven't listened to Stephen Lynch in forever. Why haven't I listened to Stephen Lynch in forever? You can pay an industrial washing machine in the experimental version of the game. Okay. Interesting. In a sport bag, 42k. That's 5, that's 10 total. Alright, this is gonna take forever if I'm gonna do it in the small bills. So we're gonna go over and do the big bills instead. Do. There you are. We're gonna take you, and we're gonna dump you somewhere. Yeah, you go there. We'll just take all the 50s from here. Hey. Bill's lunch money, Lewis. Hello, reinvention. Okay. I'm just gonna put that there instead. Sweaty dollar bills. That just sounds so beautiful though. There you go. Hi-yah! Alright, we're just gonna start the burner here. So much money around you, but still so poor. I'm obviously someone's slave, so... I mean... It's not much I can do. Oh, come on. Ah! Hello, wife. Did you fall asleep on the couch?
No,
No!
I would never.
Hello, beautiful. I'm cleaning money.
What?
Yes. I mean, that now I'm burning trash, but yeah, it's a cash cleaning money game. Wife is the best, and we do love her. She's the GOAT! I should say hi from Miss Frankenstein, apparently.
Frankenstein.
Frankenstein?
Oh my god, hello.
Hello. Why did you eat me now?
I didn't, I fell asleep.
You didn't fall asleep. That's eating your husband.
This is
Let's see. That's 10,000. We're just gonna start putting money in the bag here. You gonna go to sleep? Do you wanna sleep in this bed while I stream?
What?
You could sleep in this bed, in this room while I stream if you want to. No?
How would that work?
You lie there and you like. No?
I wouldn't be able to do my sleeping rituals.
Pyjamas, älskling. Yay.
Shiny pajamas with stars.
Pajamas,
And
star pajamas.
And some feet action for
Some feats action. That
feet actions.
I don't know. I don't think that's something Switch would be angry about.
It's a preview for the OnlyFans.
Any dollar bills in a sport bag. Wife is the best, and we do love her. This is very much true. Oh my gosh. See, people adore you, wife. You are more popular than I am in this stream. Hong Kong? You should go to sleep. Oh, come on.
What?
The debt must be paid. Right now.
Did Frankenstein do this?
Yes! For you!
Yes. Yes, do it. Oh, she's aiding my bedtime routine.
Oh, come on! Did you have the fart machine on now?
That's actually a lot of batteries. So that was a genuine Dr. Vem farts, everybody.
No, it wasn't. No, that's a lie. I think that was like 10 push-ups. I didn't count properly, but it was at least 10. Hello. Ah, balls.
Balls.
Balls. How you doing? No.
Really sleepy.
Go to sleep.
Can I go to bed now?
You can go to... Nobody's stopping you from going to bed.
Social norms?
No.
I hate social
Oh shit,
norms.
it's just 8:30.
See? See?
He stopped counting because he farted. I didn't fart. I am a lady. I do not fart.
Social norms are dumb. Yes. Sorry,
Social
I said
norms are dumb. Oh shit, right.
I said that in the middle of a yawn.
And was
I was
it
not
wonderful?
Trying to mock it. What?
Was it wonderful to yawn?
Not really.
No?
I was speaking in the middle of my yawn, which sucked.
Washing machine? In case it's dirty, wash it. Awesome!
Oh, Miss Frankenstein! Yes.
Took my
yes,
pill and went to
good.
bed. Wifey has inspired me.
Yes.
Very good, very good. Very good.
If she's in bed, I can go to bed.
You can definitely
It's
go to
almost
bed.
like we're in bed together.
Wow. You just want to go to bed with other women, don't you?
Yes. Yes,
Like, why can't I clean the bag?
I do. Ooh, that's very different.
You're making a fool of yourself, you fucking labradoodle! I am a fucking labradoodle. There is space for you, love? Come on. Stop hitting on my wife!
I'm going to bed until
Why?
the doctor is done. Doc, you have to be done.
What? I ain't going to bed until the doctor's done.
It is bedtime.
I mean, you can go to bed, but X-Gamer isn't. He wants to stay up to torture himself.
Oh wait, I haven't brushed my teeth. I forgot.
We're actually gonna do this. In a box, any dollar bills. 15 cash. 15,000 cash. We're just gonna send this out real quick. 1, 2, 3. There you go. Alright, there we go. You're so addicted to this game. I most definitely am addicted already to this game, yes. I mean, this is all X-Gamer's fault, though. But yeah, this might be a game that I will stream for a while now. Or just play off stream a fuck ton, I don't know.
What do you do?
You clean cash.
That's it?
You clean cash and you send it out to people who have ordered clean cash. But like the sorting process is slow right now.
So I'm the autistic one. Huh?
No, come on! What do you mean, I'll be back soon? What do you think, my little star? I love this kind of stuff. I'm so done with all you jerks. What is she? Why is Betty Oops texting me? Lifehacker? Is this thing on? Who is this? Just act like everything's a friend. You hear that? A friend. Not like that sadistic wish. What's going on here? What? Don't tell me you fell for her sweet little voice. She sets things up and then acts like it's all a tragic accident. Don't worry, mama's boy. This is her alter ego, the woman who's imprisoned me. What the fuck? When is the IRL money laundering stream? Share the pain. Are you... Oh my god, she was farting on me. Holy fuck. Damn. No, I'm just kidding. That was just me.
Oh, am I gonna be like one of those like cartoon parents? Like I'm in the stream, but you never see my face.
Yes, exactly. But
Oh!
they've seen your face a bunch.
What's that sexy redhead in the Powerpuff Girls?
Yeah, I know what who you mean.
Oh.
The secretary for the mayor.
Yes.
Was that your sexual awakening?
Well, I mean, one of them. I just didn't realize you could be sexually interested in ladies until very late.
Oh my gosh.
Because not smart.
Not smart. But that's why we fit so well together. Neither of us is too intelligent.
I'm smarter than you.
You are.
Miss Bellum! Thank you!
Miss Bellum?
Guess what? Ha! Catch me!
She ran away, Cell Hunter. Be right back. Where the fuck are you? Oh my lord. She is such a silly goose. Oh, I love this song as well. Hello, will you just place an order for me? Buy yourself a UV lamp. It'll come in handy for sorting counterfeit builds from the real ones. Real builds are packed with security features. I forgot about the joke. Say something now, you silly monkey! Huh? Monkey man! That's silly enough. Alright, so real builds glow, fake ones are fucked. This time it'll be. This time it's foolproof. Excellent. What the fuck? Consider yourself lucky you got a chance to work with the aliens. And you're speaking to the Queen, Miss Perfect Polly Proper. We've got some bags full of treasures, but almost for some of them are rigged with paint traps, and others, let's just say the locks have decided to lock themselves in. Did locks lock themselves in a play on words? Someone thought that would stop us, but you know, we're way too busy with strategic matters to bother with these little details. We need you, as the true professional, to handle this. Get the money out, clean and dry, and pack it in sports bags. All neat and professional. What about the bags? Toss them or keep them as souvenirs. Who knows? They might become part of our legend one day. Just don't throw us any marked bills. So can you handle it? I've got a knack for spotting professionals. I'll take care of it. Excellent. You know, even bandits have to do things in style. Repack job that screams, wow, we'll earn you respect in our circle. And a little gift from you for... Oh shit, I could have done that. Or can I still do that mission though? That would be cool if I can do that in like with a nice box or something. Friends are the family you choose, kind of feeling. What? What is happening? We have a little friend family. Amazing to have. Yup. Having me and the wife as parents would be fun. Oh, I don't know, man. We're super neurotic. Both of us as well. The new Dust Devil one in 2 days has Silo and the Napalm. There's Napalm now in Helldivers. You know, whenever someone says friends are the family you choose, I always wonder why family can't be the friends I choose. Back to social norms again. Can't wait for the adventure. Oh, right, because Miss Frankenstein is writing a D&D adventure for us. We're going to do that in like 2 weeks' time, I think, or something. We are family. Hey, buddy. Heard you had a fire over there. Hope everything's okay. Eddie and Freddy matches. Freddy says the smell of smoke can stick to stuff for ages. By the way, we happened across some cash. Bank was running a disposal of old bills. Freddy and I figured it was an opportunity. You should have seen how he was grinning while hauling those cases. The money's all mixed up with trash. We got a favor to ask. Separate the clean and dry cash from the rest and pack it into a fresh suitcase. Freddy's confident you'll handle it. If you could talk, you'd probably say something like, "You're the best, Mr. Fresh." It feels like that's a psychopath. Okay, I can't do that one. Little Johnny. Kleiner Johnny, yeah? Ma Sonic. It's next Friday, Mr. Doc. Next Friday, yeah. I'm so happy we're back in action. Oh, I get to make a character to begin with. What up, Ducky? Shit, I haven't seen you in ages. You haven't seen me in ages, actually. How you doing, Ducky Duck? Honk, honk, honk. In a box bound with a strap in packs of 50. That's one of these. In a big ass box. Really? Alright. There you go. What did I miss? What you doing to slow 1-0? We're gonna play Dungeons and Dragons. Miss Frankenstein has planned an adventure for us. I'm not gonna do it on stream though. Just FYI. That's it's private.
Oh,
you know.
kurva!
Oh, kurva! Mister! Oh, fuck me. Mister! What is up, Mr. Morse? Criminal activities detected. Yes! Slay! Right? That's how you say it. Why am I picking up fucking bullets as well? Oh, multi-pickup. Never mind. Is it too unfriendly for stream? It's probably gonna be, yeah. Usually is. I don't even know. Let's just do it hard. As it should be. Didn't never play, but I know it's fun. You never played D&D? Dude, I think you would love D&D, X-Gamer. Alright, they wanted a fresh looking... Oh, fuck. Hey. Hey. Yay. There we go. Nick has never played D&D. Very sexy bitch too. Bitch please, just swearing. Anyone should play it if they get the chance. No, it's usually more than just swearing. It's usually like straight up sexism, honestly. 10,000 in a box and any dollar bills. I can do that right quick though. There you go. Fuck's sake. Alright, IC calculation is done. I wrote not a poem about inappropriate jokes while playing a board game. Nice. That is beautiful, man. That is beautiful. For some reason it can pop up a quest that wants bullets for some reason. Seriously? Fuck, okay. I'm gonna save the bullet casings then. Typical them. Oh, come on, man. What's typical me? Nothing is typical me. I'm unique, interesting, and cool, always. Spliff. Smush. Hard. More Stephen Lynch? Oh, it is. I love this one. New order from your headache. Oh, fuck yeah, man. Smooth. In a suitcase bound with a strap and packs of any dollar bills. You know what? Here we go. I'm gonna grab this dirty ass suitcase. Send the dragons begin. It's D&D. It's D&D. Lady before. But I mean, I've kissed a lady before. You've seen it on stream, and I play D&D, so... Oh shit, right, they wanted me to buy a thing. I think it's in a document. I don't have if they removed it, but I remember I got a quest. It's indeed in the document. Bundle the money into stacks, you can wash way more money at a time. Speaking of, how can we know for sure it wasn't AI? What the fuck? Don't CGI. Stay dead. Sorry. You got a girlfriend? No. It's D&D. Money counter large? Money counter euro? Fuck off. I'm gonna grab a money counter large. For sure. Send 7,000 legit bills. What if I don't wanna? Little Johnny. Clean dry cash in a clean suitcase. 50k. In a backpack, any dollar bills. That's so easy though. Just gonna do this one real quick. Oh my gosh, honey revenge? Yes please. Damn, I'm such an airhead. No strength in my spine. Oh shit, right. Oh, come on. Fuck off. Airhead, no strength in my spine. Just gonna drop all that there. Drop all of it there. You would love when you get to also have yen. Oh, for fuck's sake. Stomp, stomp. The fuck you stomping about, man? Fuck you stomping about, bro? Let's try it. No strength in my spine. Stomping along with us. Oh, gotcha. Then that's fair. Thought you were just stomping for attention. Like you usually do. Stomp, stomp, stomp. Me. Dr. Vemon's been playing his game and not looking at chat for 2 seconds. Me. I'm so mad. Me. That's my impression of you, Nick. That dryer blows hard. Sure does. Fuck off then. They are planning in the future to also have British pounds. Fuck off with that shit though. Wait, it's still wet? Try it more. Oh, nice. No, we're just gonna start placing the stacks here instead. Why have I not done that before? Am I a total moron? Me? A total moron? Yes, that's exactly what I am. A fairly unintelligent man of bad standing with both government and society. What do you love me? Me and stomping attention is something I never thought I would hear. Must have done a good job if it's still wet. Come on. Do you allow me to chat? Because it's fun, Nick. It's fun. Why is there a big crack in the dryer? I don't know. It sucks. That's why. Just have to babysit. You funny. I'm funny. No, oh, he's funny. Yeah, that's true. I'm not funny. I get that. Nick is funny, though. Alright, we'll just drop it. The fresh, clean cash right there. Come on, yeah, wet cash. Wait, so X-Gamer said something about bundling it together and then cleaning it. Does that mean I can I can tie the stacks up, of course. Fuck yeah. Alright, there we go. I'm a lurk again. I think I want to start with my game with you guys this winter too. Yes! Alright, thanks for the lurk, Bessie. Thanks for being here. Try that cash hard. That makes me... Don't ever say that again, X-Gamer. Don't ever... No. Bad X-Gamer. Yucky. Bad X-Gamer. Alright, we're gonna wash this cash hard. I'm gonna dry this cash hard. Oh, come on. Oh, come on. Alright, fuck it, whatever. I'm just gonna... Oh my gosh, look! It's my butt on Christmas Eve! Filled with shit. No. Sorry. How come you say bad X-Gamer but not bad Nick? Because I expect you to be disgusting, Nick. X-Gamer should be,
Look in the shop
better.
and scroll all the way down and look what it is.
No, I don't wanna now. I don't wanna. I don't want to. It feels like it's gonna be dirty. Oh, no need to say thanks. All right, we're gonna check out the shop. We're gonna see if because I think there was a new quest. Yeah, Big Boss. We're gonna accept it.
Fuck no, I said that before the dirty O. Come on.
Okay, sure. Ink and grime sponge. Ultraviolet inspection. Fine edged knife. What is all this? Why can't I buy it though? High clarity zoom magnifier. Money tape. Money counter XL. Ooh. Ultraviolets, you can see how wet it really is, right? Well, I haven't unlocked it yet. Gotcha. Movable chute. Movable chute? What the fuck? Alright, I'm gonna store this. And I assume like I can take this. Wait, no. I'll take this.
This game ain't dirty, only the money is.
Alright. Okay. So that means it's all legit, at least. Legit bills, use a UV lamp to check. Right? That was what it was. Find a dark place and use a UV light. Legit money bills have UV marks. Marked money marked red. Counterfeit money, no standard UV marks. Lights on during daytime. Oh, come on. Well, I need 7,000 in legit bills. Use a clean box. I can do that. I mean, wait, why is one of them glowing and the other one is not? No, you don't get any fake bills until now, when you've unlocked it. Oh, gotcha. I'd blow a goat for some bacon? What the fuck? Alright, hopefully that's correct now. Why would you blow a goat for some bacon, though? Like, that's so unnecessary. Probably fake bills because it did not glow. Yeah, I'm missing 40 bucks. 40 fucking dollars. You kidding me? Alright. $40, really. Alright, so these are fake. Oh man, I gotta start sorting them for fakes and not now as well. But I gotta do that, like, for each individual one then, right? Because, like, how else would I fucking know? If you get the large money counter, they sort out the fakes on their own. God fucking damn it. Alright. You know what? I'm just gonna grab a small box. Small clean box. And we're gonna, like, grab all these 20s and hope that some of them are... Some of them are good. And if they're not... I'd rather eat a hobo's asshole. It's like... wait, so it warns me because it's too much? Alright, fuck off. Use a clean box. Is it not a clean box, though? Get a large one. Yeah. Alright, fucking one of these then. I swear to God, I'm gonna lose my shit. Take the 40... falling asleep, see you all, darlings. Go to sleep. See you some other day. Or what if I do this? Box, it has to be normal. This is a normal size box. It's $40. It fucking... Ah! Fuck you. Alright, we're just gonna place that here. Oh look, a 20. Look, another 20. Nice, alright, so we do that. We place that in here. I swear to fucking God. Alright, oh gosh. I'm gonna lose my shit one of these days. I haven't lost my shit yet. I promise. I promise. Alright. Why did I get a ladder? The fuck? There you go. For those hard to reach places. Like my asshole. No, sorry. My asshole isn't hard to reach. It's available for anyone at all times. Sorry. Let's do some cash drawing. How tall am I? I am 186 centimeters. So not super tall, but fairly tall. Oh, come on. Oh, come on. I hate this game so much sometimes. Oh, sorry. I didn't actually want to know ass since you said people need a ladder to reach your asshole. Wow. I didn't actually want to know. Stupid asshole. Marseille, Rose again. Marseille, Rose again.
Just army.
Oh, but like, just having this near here. Oh, fuck's sake. Well, I'm just gonna lurk. I'm just gonna lurk. Have a nice evening, bestie. Love you. Asshole. Y'all are assbutts. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Oh my gosh. You get the 10 pushies. Alright, 10 pushies. No more, no less. Thanks, bestie. Hey, Rose again, Marseille, Rose again, Marseille, Rose again. British Army. Alright, wait. I think we can order the large. Whew, non-encounter. Your brand model has larger stacks of bills, sorts like a pro, filters out fakes, and even wraps stacks. It filters out fakes, so then I wouldn't need the UV light.
Bird.
I'm gonna buy this.
Birdie.
What
Birdie,
up?
birdie.
Thanks, Gator. Sorry. I mean,
Fuck you,
what?
Riley. I made your mom so wet. Trudeau deployed a 24-hour
What up, good guy?
infantry unit
Hey.
to stack sandbags around my bed.
Hey, Portal! I always forget about Port's walk on. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. It is the best walk on. Fuck you, Riley! So, closer something. That's Thresher's jersey. Alright, we're gonna wrap this. I'm gonna play some Valheim, but hi. Thanks for the lurk, thanks for just checking in. Hope you have fun in Valheim. Yeah, I bought the large one. Yours couldn't be half bad. With the dice in the road. From South Carolina. Girl on my dreams. Because, like, as soon as I saw that the big one was a thing, I was like, I need that. Regardless of what it does, I need it. Fuck yes. Where is it? Where is it? Where is it? It said it had arrived. Is this it? Is this a money counting machine? It is! Oh my gosh, it has bunny ears! It has bunny ears! I'm just gonna put that there. The girl of my dreams. Her family. True and bad. The sky and the rock. It has bunny ears! Will there be a stream tomorrow also? Yeah, there will definitely be a stream tomorrow as well. You don't have to do anything you don't want to do. I always appreciate a lurk. Lurking is the lifeblood of the stream and Twitch. Honestly, I'm just fucking honored that you choose to hang out with me when you could be doing literally anything else. If I'm in your background, then I'm in your hearts. It said it's gonna... Wait, pack? No tape. fuck? How do I... Just did a Swedish type stream so a little while left before. Oh, gotcha. Wait, you streamed? You didn't even say anything. I didn't get a notification or anything, I don't think. Never Ending List 2 continues to never end while I'm here. Nice. Also just holds more cash on the top, right. Oh, wait, it did that. Wait, fuck. I was like, oh wait, why is that blue thing there? It was because it wasn't wrapped. How can I buy more tape?
DR!
Click E.
Yeah, and
Okay.
take out the tape in your hand and click E on the counter.
Of course. That makes way more sense, man. Store? Pack. Yay. But where do the fake bills go then? No, wait. Ah, come on. Wait. Stacks of 100. Start. Because I know in this game... Oh, come on. I know in this game there will be, like, people will ask for counterfeit bills as well. Dang. There's a lot of cash. Love Pink Pony Club as well. Doctor knows something wowie. Shut up, man. So mean. Oh, yes. Hey, look. Bill strap. We'll buy 50 of them. No, 30. Add to cart. I'm just having fun. What else do we want? A clean suitcase, because I think we need like a couple of those for missions. Yeah, in a clean suitcase. There we go. Cash money. Where do the fake ones go though? Is it here on the side? Alright, I gotta say, this one was way nicer than the others. Oh shit, never mind. Oh, fuck me. Oh, it just spits out the fake ones on the side. Gotcha. Okay. Well, that's fun. That's a fun thing it does. That someone could have warned me about. Man. Alright, wait. Let's do it like this. I'm just gonna order another table. Miscellaneous. Steelwork table. That's 140? Fuck off, man. Clean dry cash in a clean suitcase. We're gonna send this out real quick though. There we go. Dirty money. There we go. I'm just having fun. That's 50,000 in clean bills. Clean dry cash and a clean suitcase. There you go. Nice. Awesome, 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 awesome. Alright. Getting all the upgrades here. Masonic. Masonic. It's Masonic. It's the Freemasons. Masonic. Masonic? Fuck off with that. You'll see when the order comes. Fake on the side. There was a little kid singing along in Pink Pony Club and McDonald's when I was there earlier, and I was like, you don't know what this song's about. I mean, I've heard stuff like that happen. Tugga 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 tugga. Tugga 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 tugga. Oh yeah. This is a good song. I don't even know what to do right now. I'm gonna... We're gonna breathe. And we're just gonna take it easy. In a medium box, any dollar bills, clean and dry money. Oh, clean as in, like, not dirty money. One, two, three. There you go. I'm gonna cut this. I'm gonna place that in here. Place that there as well. In a sport bag. I'm gonna store this. Alright, we're just gonna grab these fuckers. Like, maybe I can still use these? Can I? No. Can I sell them? In a sport bag. Bound with straps and packs. Any dollar bills. Alright. We'll just take the... I know I have... Yep, there we go. There we go. Fuck off with that shit. No time! No time! Tape all over the floor. Yeah, I know, I know. Alright, we're gonna place these here. I need a new one. That's just gonna be... Oh wait, no. Oh, fuck's sake. Seriously. Alright, I need... Fuck me. I need stuff, alright? God fucking damn it. Pack that shit, baby. What the fuck? No. Yeah, just fucking... I don't care anymore. Oh my gosh. It's like... Alright. I have a couple boxes of cash here. Fuck me. That's so much cash. We're gonna move this around. We're gonna have this work table over here instead. I'm gonna move these fuckers over here. Alright. Seagulls? Oh my gosh! Seagulls! Stop it now! It is one of the best songs ever made. Alright. We should place you in there, yes. Ginger, the soft rustle. Oh my gosh. I just think of Ginger Bearded One. Man, for some reason these songs I really like. You can combine the roles. Oh, nice. Then I shall do this soon. Alright, Ginge just wants 5k. In a medium box, any dollar bills. Pff, baby. I can do that now. Pretty sure. Yeah, 5 cash. 5,000 in cash. See? Easy. Start. There we go. Alright, we're just gonna... There we go. Find the handle from the broken switch. No, I refuse. I'm not gonna do that. I don't give a fuck what people say. Wait, music is still very soft? Alright, let me change that then. There we go. Alright, we're gonna do this. Ooh, this is a nice song. Just gonna grab all this, and we're going to put as much as we can in there. Great. We're gonna put it there. What in the Karamelldansen is this song? What in the Karamelldansen? Okay, man. Karamelldansen is dope, though. Can't be talking shit about Karamelldansen. Oh, cash. Alright. We're gonna clean up here a little bit. I feel like there's been a bunch of stuff happening here, and I've lost track of everything in my money laundering pits. There's a literally all about sexual activity. What in? Wait, which? Who's only singing about sexual activity? I need to know. Sorry. You don't what? You don't like the song? Alright, there we go. I'm just gonna dump it all in the big one here. That's the best songs. They just hit different. So you know what? We're gonna place this over here. I think this is Dirty Money. We'll just grab all this. I like this song. They don't sound dirty until you read the lyrics. Also, nothing to complain about, I feel. Alright. We can have the small boxes there still. What the fuck? We're rolling. This reach I'm strolling. Balls. Something in my head. Not fun. Stop it now. Wait, I don't need to. Right? I love when I'm jamming out to a song and I start actually paying attention to the lyrics, like I'm showing someone a song and realize how vulgar it is. I enjoy that as well. It is not a bad thing at all. All of a sudden you're like, oh, this is quite dirty, isn't it not? What is this? This looks like it's super valuable. Alright. I'm gonna save it for mommy. Oh, sorry. That's not what I wanted to say. No, wait, we're gonna use that big one, actually. You've got that idea, Dad. Yeah. Good penguin impression. No, that happens. I'm like, well, I only listen to this every once in a while. Try to make it less. Haha! I totally don't jerk it to this song. That's the feeling, right? Like all of a sudden you're like, oh, this is a very sexual song, and you just have to convince the other person. Like, I did not know this. I just like the vibe of it. And they're gonna be like, oh, you like the vibe of degeneracy? And if you're Nick, you're like, yeah, exactly. That is the best thing. Seagulls poke your knees. Hate it when that happens. No, fuck's sake. Oh my gosh. Bussy Smorgasbord is playing Warframe. Probably with Bestie. Degeneracy is fun, what can I say? I mean, you're not wrong. At all. Give me head like a concussion. The fuck? Can't get out of these songs. I know lyrics inside out, but still listen. They're so good. take it off. Whoa, X Gamer. Queuing straight up porn here. What? Pack that shit. Let's see. I wish we had the Comer Spotify insert. Next he will queue WAP. That is also a banger. Unironically, really good song. I remember when it came out, I was like, I knew it was gonna be controversial, obviously. But it's fucking awesome. It's really good. And I'm one of those people who are like, no, this is a feminist anthem. Start. Oh, you're dirty. You're dirty. You are a suitcase. WAP is a banger. Yep. Dirty bag. Wow. Oh, fuck's sake. I forgot. Well, whatever, it doesn't take that long. Let's see here. Like, I feel like I should be stressing more, but I don't want to stress. I just want to enjoy this game. Yuck. Speaking of enjoying a game. Those disgusting fucking bags. With disgusting dirty money. I'm gonna just grab stacks and stacks and stacks of them. Water, I haven't heard that in a while. What do you mean water? You haven't heard the word water in a while, or? Or am I missing something? Am I having a boomer moment? Not a dirty song, has no lyrics, but it slaps. Possibly. The song. Oh. Shut up. WAP? No, I should not dance to WAP. I refused to last time people tried to force me to do it. I am not that kind of boy. Much to everyone's chagrin, I know. I'm now starting to think like, okay, for what kind of money would I do it? Would like $1,000? Like that's a lot of money. Is my dignity worth $1,000? Might be. Might be, honestly. I don't know. I don't know. No water by time. You're considering it. Let's go. It might be. No, because like, it's the same thing of like, oh, what would you do this for X amount of money? Like, for me, it's always been a question of like, yeah, you just gotta hit that sweet spot of like, this is a lot of money. Is this worth my dignity? Is this worth being traumatized forever? Whatever it is. Like, oh, would you eat a poop sandwich for $10,000? Like, obviously I would never eat a poop sandwich. That sounds disgusting. But $10,000 in just one sandwich? Like, there are things in this life that make you question, would I... Is it... No, I wouldn't. Would I? I forgot to wrap it up again. And that's how you get kids. No, sorry. I should not say stupid stuff. I'm gonna store this. Alright. We're gonna put it there. I love that the large money counting machine counts the money for you. Or, like, gets the fakes for you. That's fucking amazing. There's always a number. There is. Like, I don't care what people say. Like, there is gonna be a number of, like, you might do some weird shit. You might, like, you're gonna sell your dignity for some type of number, sooner or later. Like, would you would you punch 70 babies in the face if that meant guaranteed world peace? Like, obviously I don't want to punch babies, but world peace? I forgot it again. Fuck. Like, it has a packing function, and I'm an idiot. Start. No counterfeits yet? Are you kidding me? Alright. We got some cash here. Oh, for world peace? For free, yes. For world peace, yes. Come on. It'd be a baby. You can't punch a baby. Oh, is this all dirty money? Oh, that's insane, man. Fuck, I constantly forget. You wouldn't punch a baby just like that, would you? Not a little baby. Fuck off. Start! You know how dirts works, Doctor. If you have dirty money with no dirty money, the not dirty money becomes... Oh, of course! Well, I'm an idiot. Ain't I? We're just gonna... No. Just close? We're gonna dry you again. I wanna dry it again. Like, for good measure, I guess. There you go. These are counterfeits. I know that. So we're gonna put them over here. Look at the box and your machine is going into. Yeah. But the box my machine is going into, it doesn't have dirty money. It was empty to begin with. So there's no dirty money here or there. And this is like legit money, and this is fake money. Should be, at least. Who knows? He knows. Can I stack them here for easier storage? Oh my gosh, I am a moron. I mean, I did an IQ test not too long ago, and I placed in the 95th percentile. But apparently that doesn't mean shit. Alright, we're gonna grab this. Put it in there. Put it in there.
Doctor, take the ladder and check the upper beams. The switch is there. Please save me the sanity.
No. The upper beams? What, you mean here? Ah! That's not how a ladder works. I can't go up there though. I have to like go over here, I think, and then walk around. Something. Ah! Balls! Alright. We can do it. We can do it, gang. Oh, come on. Whoa. Oh, come on. Why am I falling down all the time? It's near the wall at the point you send the money. Gotcha. Alright. What is up with this chessboard? As well. Oh, it's up there. I see it. Yay! Put the handle on the broken switch and pull it to activate. Here? Activate! Light it up! Yeah. Oh my gosh! What? What is this? What is this? Oh my gosh, it's an upgrade! Why didn't you tell me sooner, X-Gamer? Oh my gosh, I've been sitting here in my tiny room. Why didn't you say anything? Oh my god. It's all your fault, man.
Hello? I know you can hear me, little one.
Just joking.
Hello?
What is this?
Oh, good day.
Some tasks like ink stains need precision when possible. Oh, okay, cool.
Hey, spectator. Mr. Frash, do you copy? As the secretary of the Black Lotus, I extend our apologies for the explosion. We will conduct an internal investigation and punish those responsible. Some construction work in this area is still incomplete. We apologize for the inconvenience.
45.
Please ignore anything that doesn't concern you.
Please ignore
But
anything that
there's
doesn't
one
concern
thing
you.
You should pay attention to, and that's the piggy bank. You need to return the money. A lot of money you owe us. You filthy traitor and murderer.
Oh, come on. Who is the filthy traitor and murderer?
Wait, no, sorry. I'll handle it. Please, I'll explain everything to him right now.
What the fuck? What is happening? Lots of new products are unlocked to buy. Nice. So nice. What the fuck? It just stacks neatly in this? And holds infinite money or what? Oh no, never mind. Fell down. Oh my gosh. Put money in the pneumatic tube. Like, this stuff, is this stuff that I get because I'm a nice boy, or is it stuff that's gonna be used for quests and shit? Sounds like Betty Oops made an oopsie, right? And like any good boss, she's gonna blame me. Probably. We need 50s though. Like a stack of them at least. Alright. We're gonna set up shop over here. Definitely want daylight. No fucking spotlight. Daylight is way nicer. How much money do we have? 2,000. Alright. dun, 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 dun. People will ask for stuff. Gotcha, gotcha. That makes me sad. Pack that shit. Small box, any dollar bills. Any dollar bills. Yeah, I'm enjoying this game so much. Like, so much. Gift for me? What is that? Is this... It looks like Euro, but with... like a robot on it. Put it on that wall. Art compendium. Oh, gotcha. Hoaxy. Like instead of Banksy. I get it. I get it, because I'm smart. I get it. Funny. So stupid. Right, well, if this area is locked down now, why would I need it anymore? Put money in the pneumatic tube. Alright, but it has to be, like, clean money. I feel. Good joke, haha, fun! Alright. Top up the piggy bank to $2,000. Send your first deposit to the piggy bank. But the piggy bank should only be taking, like, real money, right? You know, any money will do. They don't care if it's fake. Alright. Sorry, but that's so stupid. Then I'll just, like, grab a bunch here. Alright. Oh, come on. I don't even know how much money that is. Alright, there we go. Awesome. This is a nice song as well, by the way. You catch on quickly, Mr. Fresh. Keep going. Mr. Spectator. How much trouble are you planning to buy with all that cash? I haven't been checking my text messages at all. And it's kind of annoying that it just continues regardless of if you check them or not. Stockholm Syndrome and I'm hostage. Fireline. For sure. Can be in any state. Grand mission and a fight for freedom sounds serious. I'm glad you understand. Once the piggy bank holds the required amount, you'll need to send it to us. We'll tell you how to do it when the time comes. Remember, money is just a tool. It doesn't choose who holds it, nor does it care. In our hands is a tool. Freedom. Press V. Whoa. 124 banknotes with face value of 10. No, seriously? That's the scanner? Oh, dope, man. That is super dope, actually. Just unlocked it, don't worry. Oh, gotcha, gotcha. Alright, gonna put that there. Put that there. gonna put that there. Pack that shit, man. That's 50s, right? Yeah, it is. Oh shit, I forgot. Ooh, disgusting. There's a big bug in here. But you understand, my window's open and I have lights in here, but still, disgusting. Shouldn't be in here. Yucky. Alright, we're just gonna put that there for now. Because I am thinking that... Alright, now that we have this space over here, I'm gonna order more. Giant ass ball of cash. Yeah, I know. With the F, right? Mounting counter, L. I want another one of those. What? Come on. Get the fuck away from me, Daddy Longlegs. Disgusting. Yeah. That's how we're gonna do it. Alright, wait. I'm gonna do a thing. 2 seconds. Let's see here. We're gonna close the window. We're gonna put the... Oh, yes. Thanks for the lurk, X-Gamer. Cans. Interesting. Order 14 has been delivered. Fucking nice. Alright, tab. Build strap. There we go. Store. There we go. We're just gonna put it there. Just gonna put you there. That's dirty money. This money we can count. You need to be hundreds. Gonna grab something to eat and get ready for bed. Nice. You're gonna be 50s. Alright, we're just gonna place this here for now. Ah, shit. Ah! Pulse. Alright, we're gonna try again. There we go. That's way better. It just immediately puts it into the counterfeit. Nice. Alright, right. Oh, come on. Whatever. Alright, we're gonna grab the knife. Stab. We're gonna stab some cash. Big bowl of cash. Fucking start? Yes. Smack. Alright, this is a really, really nice game. I might sit up for a while with this. Just gonna chill here. Don't hate it at all. What? No. Pulse. There we go. Alright. Smack. Oh, come on. New order from Ginger. Alright, let's see. Life hacker. I'll accept it. Alright, all of this is dirty. I wonder if you can be several people playing this game, because then that would speed things up a bit. But also would rob me of all the satisfaction. Maybe I want all the satisfaction to myself, who knows? Alright. Start. This is also Baller Song. Oh, come on. The fuck? Oh, come on. Oh, that's why. It was my fault, not the game's fault. Alright, let's see here. Above the noise and confusion, it's beyond this emotion, but I never higher, too high. Songs of my I really don't like the wet sound here. It freaks me out a little bit. It's too squishy. It's pretty dry that cache, baby. Alright. There we go. Alright, we're just gonna cut it like this instead. Pack that shit, and we're gonna grab you. Start. Oh, fuck's sake. Balls. But I mean, if... What was this? Fuck it, whatever. Horrible profanities. Like, I'm kind of stuck with just sorting money. That it's just so nice. It's kind of relaxing. Decent human when you have to call a person they like this song a lot. It is relaxing, right? Pack. Dang, I'm probably gonna delete blurb from everything. It just starts up for no reason. Independent girls and nested evil gays. An open parade. Girls and nested evil gays. It did that because it refreshed the stream because it was behind. Oh, gotcha. I'm thinking wrapped in plastic in blocks of any dollar bills in a dry box. 17K. You know, we're gonna just place all of this shit over here on the table instead, because I don't want to run around too much. I'll place you over here. Is there not a way to change the delay on that, or is it just controlled all by blurb? I think it's just all controlled by blurb, honestly. But I don't know. There might be a way to change it, but I haven't looked into it. Like I've been real lazy with the like admin around the stream for a while now. Just like, meh. I'm busy doing other stuff. Alright, starts. But I should probably try to do better. What did they choose? 2-hour delay? It should be like 12 hours something, right? That would be way smarter. You wanted 17K in any dollar bills. Alright, we got 15K in there. Alright, we just need 2,000 more. It's a 2-hour, but you can turn off the autoplay. Yeah, well, when I turned off the autoplay, people wouldn't have their walk-ons at all. Feels like I had to choose between the two. The new Americana. Some products are available again. Mounting counter large. Cool. We're gonna place all you there, because I need 20s. Start that shit, baby. Still stupid. This man Spotify is the most random stuff ever. Yeah, this is just like my liked songs. And I like random stuff. Tis very true. BBNO $. That's me. That's right. That's me. That's right. HIM. The Gen Z Eminem. Alright, Jesus, that's a lot of dirty money. Why did I dirty all my money? This man's such a nice way he spelled his name, right? It's really, really nice. We're just gonna make a couple stacks here. That's me. That's right. That's me. That's right. HIM. The Gen Z MNM. Alright. But when I said big money ball, you can use F to pick up a ball and then hold the drop key and just scoop it through the rest of the money on the ground. Yeah, hold F. Pick up a ball. Hold the drop key.
Prettiest girl at the party.
Scoop it through the rest of the money on the ground. What do you mean? I will be the prettiest girl at this party. Crouch. Still hold it. Alright. Oh! Now I get it. Cool. I'm just gonna put this in here with the dry money as well. Fuck it. Try it twice. Baby. No, come on. Shut up. Wait, no. 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 Did I pick up the dirty monies? Fuck me. I think I picked up the dirty money as well. I'm just gonna wash all this first. Yeah, I made all that money dirty. 'Cause I'm an idiot. Oh, that's annoying. That is so annoying. Look at that dirty, dirty money. Alright, right. We're gonna do that. Thank you. Wrapped in plastic and blocks of any dollar bills. Fuck me. Plastic. There we go. Why did you try it again? Cause I'm an idiot and I do stupid things. Easy. Easy answer. We're gonna put it over here. There you go. Why can't I pick up everything else there? Alright, fuck it, whatever. I don't need you. Big ball of cash. What did you try it again? Yeah. There we go. You have to do the washer manually. Gotcha. Alright, big ball of cash. There we go. Oh, come on. Alright, sorry, but the big ball of cash sucks. I do not like it. Not for dirty money, at least. There we go. This is good. This is okay. This big ball of cash is fine. Pack that shit. 20s. Pack that shit. Sorted, baby. It's big ball of cash. Big ball of cash. Yeah, it is a big ball of cash. I agree, but so annoying. This big ball of cash. New order? Let's see. FJW. FJW. Fucking junkie? What? I don't know. All seeing. Yeah, I'm gonna miss that one. That's fine. Settings. Yeah, speed up phone animations. Nah, it's all good. You've been live for 4 hours. Has it been 4 hours? I have. Yeah. Like it's. I missed my affiliate stream, affiliate anniversary stream, so I'm trying to make up for lost time, I think, as well. We're gonna put y'all there, cause we're going $100 bills again, baby. I just like I've missed streaming and stuff as well. And like when I was sick, I watched a lot of streams, and I miss it a lot. And I realized like I can do longer streams. I don't need to be yelling and being the most entertaining all the time. I'm a cute man. That is very much enough. Don't have to be much more than a cutie pie. So you know. Not at the moment, at least. Just like Henry said, he played it, and then 10 hours later he noticed that he'd played for 10 hours doing the main story. This game? Enemy played this game? I can imagine. Yeah, this definitely has the potential to, like, keep me up all night. Basically. Oh, that's dirty money. That's interesting. Ah. You know what? I don't like the disgusting fucking boxes here. Play it. In a medium box, bound with a strap and packs of any dollar bills. Clean money. Bound with a strap and packs of any dollar bills. Clean money. There you go. Euro. What? Where was the euro? I didn't even see it. Is it in here somewhere? Oh shit, it is. She's getting tired of this pattern. I did translate this song for Nick as well, like he asked me to. I just haven't done it live on stream. Doctor's first euro. This is definitely not my first euro, oh my gosh. I've had euros since before you were born, oh my gosh. It's dirty money. I seriously fucking hate the money that literally needs to get washed. It's so annoying. That's a fuck ton of euros though. I'm gonna grab this and we're gonna place it over here instead. New order from Blue-Eyed Cat. Oh wait, I could actually accept that as well. Shit. I'm gonna accept that one. Blue-Eyed Cat. Apparently, I need to be higher level for her. Yeet. Yeet. No? No yeetings. Pack that shit, baby. We'll grab it. Load up 50,000 in euro dollar bills and 50 euro bills in a large box. Yeah, I'm not gonna do that right now. Time to pay money for a euro counter. For sure, for sure. Does that euro counter also check fake money then? Large box, any dollar bills, no counterfeit bills. Gotcha. Set for delivery. Large box. This is an XXXXL packing box though. That's not a large one. The one I threw away is a large one, right? Gotta get your teeth clean? Do it. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That's 50K, baby. No counterfeits? It's all good. This is all good money. I'm just gonna send this out. Because it's nice to get paid. Jesus. Don't have enough money to get a Euro box. Or Euro counter, sorry. Seriously, I'm short 1,000? Fuck is up with that? You know what? There you go. I don't give a fuck anymore. That means I need to order a new box though. Cardboard box. Grab a couple of them. 16 minutes. Nice. Check it out, check it out, check it out. Dab. Dab. Scritchy scratchy on the head. Yeah. Order number 8 has been delivered. Nice. That means my... my big box has come in. Those like no counterfeit bills that I missed. How could I have missed 1,000 though? That feels weird. How was there 1,000 bucks missing from there? It was like it was all in $5,000 bills. Or $50 bills and shit. Fuck's sake. We need tenors. Like that. Dab. Start. There you go. I love this song as well. This is a mashup between two competitors in the Eurovisions like 2 years ago. Neither won, obviously, but both were so fucking good. Baby Lasagna is one of the guys. The other dude is Kärje, a Finnish man. And a man he is. Also from the Euros this year, I think it was, actually. I don't remember which country sent this one, though. Marked money, what you need to know. FDI, police, gangs. Unknown. Found it. Alright, pack that shit. There we go. In a large box, any dollar bills, no counterfeit bills. And I missed 1,000. Come on. So annoying. There you go. Another big box. Man. All this is fucked up. Let me move stuff around here. Hand of the law. Europhoria. Shut up. Alright, there we go. Looks nice. Hopefully there won't be many more explosions now. It's a really nice looking lamp. Why is it that you're able to wait though? Like just sit around and wait. Oh, it's a big empty box. Alright, Darknet. Yeah, we're gonna mess that one up. Are we? Check to see. Yeah, I'm not gonna make that one. No, not the black market. We don't have the money we need yet. Any denominations and conditions? Alright. New order from Little Johnny. In a large box. Any dollar bills, 65k. 1, 2, 3. That's 30. 4, 5, 6, 65. C'est comme ça. Task tracker. I mean, we're gonna set for delivery. Because otherwise, I think it'll fuck up, right? Large box, any dollar bills. Gotcha. Come on, just set the other one. We're gonna start with you. Start. We can pack those. We can throw those in here actually. We're gonna go back for to 50s. And we're gonna only grab from here now. Oh Jesus. That was quick. Oh, come on. Shut up. Dirty money, dirty money. Would be nice if we could just like open it up and dump it out somewhere. I don't know how to deal with this. Like some loose bills, some not loose bills. Starts. Oh wait, you know what I can do with this? I can just run up here and put it in the piggy bank instead. Like any denominations and conditions. Fucking let's go. Like, I don't know what that is, or how much that is. I know nothing about that cash. Jesus Christ in heaven. Also, competitor in the Euros. I think a lot of songs from here on out will be, or a lot of songs recently now in the stream has been Euros, from the Euros. The only Euros that matter, the Eurovisions. Let's see here. There we go. Cut that pack. Oh, baby. Nice. Alright, pack that shit. Unlurk. What up, X-Gamer? How you doing, friend? Oh, your teeth is brushed now. Yeet. Dirty money. Dirty money. Yay. I'm doing me. Yes, nice and shiny. Nice and shiny teeth. Oh, what shiny teeth you have there. 45,000 in any denominations. Like in any fucking box as well? Because then we'll take... No, you know what? We'll take one of these dirty ass things. Mi amore. You can use the scanner to see collectible money. Ooh, okay. Fuck. V. Money's clean. Wash the objects on hard mode. Alright, if there isn't any, it will be gold font saying there's a collectible. Oh, gotcha. Scan for quest? Nah. Let's see. 45k is what we needed. That's what I said, at least. Macchiato, 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 por favore. I think this dude, the dude who did this song is like Romanian, and just doing like one of the most horrible, horribly racist, what's it called? Italian stereotypes. Like his tie is super long and shit as well. Death Lotto. Haven't heard this one. Mi amore, espresso macchiato, macchiato. Xgamer, is there gonna be any way to, like, just be able to deposit wrapped money somewhere and have it be unwrapped? Or is that just a dream I'm having? Pack that shit, baby. Well, yes and no. Alright. Then we'll cut this. Pack. Alright, pack that shit, and we'll take it. What I do is put everything in the washer on low and wash them, and that breaks the band. Oh. That's pretty smart. Not gonna lie, that's pretty smart. I might do that as well. Efficient way. Yeah, I can imagine. By the way, what would happen, because like now I have dollars here, but I'm gonna have euros as well. What would happen if euros and dollars get mixed up in a dollar counting machine? Like, would it spit out the euros as fake money, or? Don't even, the euros will be spit out on the front. Oh, gotcha. Well, then that's fine. Oh shit, we had more dirty money over here. Alright. Oh, come on. I wonder if it will count this 100 as a $100 bill. You know what? I'm just gonna do it the Xgamer way. Don't care. Now it's all dirty. There we go. Too late to do anything. Oh, fuck's sake. Alright, we're just gonna pull it all out, place it in a big fucking pile. Now Xgamer is playing Cash Cleaner Simulator? What? We store only $100, all the other dollar bills going in front, they're not $100. Same with euros. Gotcha. Gotcha. Like, I have in my mind, there's a point here where everything will be, not automated, obviously, but, like, I'll have a... What's it called? No, I'm totally spacing on it. What the fuck? It'll be at one after each other. The work, like I don't remember the word, but I remember that it's a type of work style that was pioneered by McDonald's and Ford. In Swedish, it's löpande band, I think. Did someone write to me on? Oh. I was like, who wrote to me? My containers. Oh, okay, gotcha. That's actually nice to see. So X Gamers containers are also just all in a corner, which is very nice to see. Like, I don't have to worry about it. I don't have to worry about mine not being ordered. Man. Like, I want to do this just so that I don't have to run back and forth, but oh my god, this is gonna be so much. Easy to just throw them in the corner. Yeah, fair. Ding dong, ding dong. You was growing wide and long. Yeah, yeah, ding dong. This song is by an Icelandic duo. They're twins, and it's a cover of a song made by Will Ferrell for the movie Fire Saga, the Eurovision tale. Which, if you haven't watched it, watch it. Fire Saga will make you want to watch the Euros. Will Ferrell is amazing in it. There's so much good music in it. Mr. Baby, the soft Russell. The soft Russell. I'm just a little Russell. Spoiler? No, don't spoil anything. I'm not gonna look at it. And this is that same band's actual thing that they competed in the Euros with. This is the bigger washer. Oh, okay, cool. Is this clean cache though? It is, right? Is it just me, or is it like... almost like a little foggy in here? I don't know, they gave me the option to sub on and was like, ooh, button. Okay, gotcha. My containers, bigger washer and the experimental. Oh, nice. That looks cool. Alright. A $50 bill. Alright, all that is done. This is gonna fuck the game up, I think. There's so much, so many Euros. Goddamn. I wonder if this is gonna work out at all. That uses the coins too. Oh, cool. Well, you're saying experimental. Is there like an experimental server for this game as well, where the developers are like, okay, this is what we're working on, try it out? Alright, this is clean euros, though. In bands. So, I'm terribly sorry. Okay, not all of it was in bands. Fuck me. Why did I do that? Let's get rid of those bands. It is open. You can just choose the brand and the options. No debate option for games. Oh, gotcha. Big money ball. A big money ball, popular with ex-gamers everywhere. Hey. I think this is one of the songs that Mr. Nick Big suggested to us as well. Oh, come on. Let's put that all in there. Let's wash it. Play because new stuff, and I do have the title in here. In their DCF Experiments 7-1. Oh, that's fucking cool, dude. That's really dope, man. X-Gamer, the experimental tester. As long as it's not drugs. Marked build sorter, no. Money counter euro. Fucking buying now, baby. Let's go. Right. This is how I did it. Yeah. Yes. Alright. We're gonna save the euros over here. Pack that shit. I mean, everyone can get a title, but I still see it helps playing the game. If I have anything bad happen, just give them fit. That's really nice, though. Like, you still spend time on it, you know? Without getting paid. Fucking balls. Alright, there's nothing in here. Good. Order number 17 has been delivered, baby! Yes! Alright. Alright. All right. Let's place this like here maybe instead. And then we're gonna take all this and place it up here instead. Yes, nice. You're getting paid in fun. That is very fair, though. That is very fair. It's not like you have work hours, like, oh, you have to be there or anything. Alright, now the question is, how are we gonna do this? I think I need 2 more big boxes, honestly. Buy now. Yes. Oh, fuck's sake. Dumb asshole, Doc. No tape? Excuse you? How is there no tape? That is unacceptable. Holy shit. That just doesn't happen, you know? If you save up 5,000, you can buy another area where there's stairs. If you do that, you get 2 free washing. Nice. Nice. I saw that over there, and I kind of want to do that, but I also really, really, really needed the Euro machine. Jeez. Oh, look, more tape. Just store that shit. I was gonna push it a little bit over here. Alright, tape. There we go. Store. It's my heart now, baby. What was the mission? I forget. Task tracker. Tasker. 50,000 euros in 50s. Start, baby. It's so fucking worth it because it costs 5,000 for the big wash and you get one for buying there for 5,000. So yeah. Like I was gonna buy the areas regardless because I find it really annoying when you don't have access to everything in a game. So that's kind of what I want to do first. In a large box, though. Alright. We got a large box here. You want to place it there? 50,000. That's 5,000, though. It's better if we have it there. Pack. That's 10,000. Oh, it's all very good, clean euros. All 50s. Apparently. Jeez. Don't worry, there's a thing I don't want to spoil, but we'll open more area, and I'm gonna say. Nice. Yeah, because, like, I see this over here. That feels like there's gonna be more of an area. Alright. We're done with that. Let's grab some more euros, actually. Okay, damn it. I'm hungry again. And that annoys me a lot. Alright, we're gonna go for 20s soon. No! False. Alright. Switching it up, baby. Start that shit. Wait, did it? Fuck it. Alright. I'm just gonna put it up there again. I don't care. Wait, pack. We're grabbing it. It's just gonna check something in the game and now I'm stucking in it. Feels like that type of game, dude. Wait, no. Thread of Fortune. I'll accept it, sure. Oh, Ginger, sorry. What did we say? What did we say? What did we say? We were looking at euros here. Goodbye, euros. But, I mean, look at this money we have in Europe. It's fucking Monopoly money. It's so silly. Oh my gosh. To think that that's the official currency of Ireland. Not very Irish. No, I don't know about that. I have no fucking idea. Let's see. 1, 2, 3, 4. Was it? 1, 2, 3, 6, 7, 8. That's 40, yeah. That's 45. I'm gonna do 50 now. Here we go. $50 bills, or 50 euro bills in a large box. Let's fucking go. He needs $20,000 in cash in a sport bag. It doesn't say which condition. Container is dry. I mean, yeah, the container is dry. It's just dirty. Alright, how much did we say? 20k? I got that for you, bro. No problem. I have an order for 10.5 million yen. Jesus. Monopoly. There we go. Get more cryptocurrency, no marked money, no fake money, perfect packs. Oh, so wait, you get bonuses. I didn't even... Oh, Jesus, I'm an idiot. How did I not understand that you get bonuses in this game? That's really stupid of me. TBH. There we go. The last time I played, I had an order for about 42 million yen. Dude. The fuck? Have I grabbed all the 50s here yet? No. I haven't. Let's change this to the 10s. Start that shit! Yay! Pack. 5 hours now, you realize, I mean... Cliche, but better late than never. Oh, for sure, for sure. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Wait, what did I realize? $40,000, any condition, any denomination. Oh shit, wait. Ah, that's what I use these fuckers for. Use these fuckers for the fake shit. Oh yeah. Alright, we're gonna try it out, gang. We're gonna see if I can succeed. $100. Any denominations, any condition. Right, and that's why I wanted the dirty bag as well. Did you get bonuses? Oh yeah. It takes me a while. It takes me a while to understand some things. All right. It's not my fault. This feels like a stupid thing to do, but bear with me. Alright, there we go. Start packing that shit. Alright, we're gonna exchange you, I think. I don't know if this is the correct thing to do. 'Cause I am tired now. My brain is non-functioning. Alright, fucking start. Let's go, baby. Brain ain't braining? Definitely not. Later updates the ad so you can shut off so the bigger counters don't take out fake money, so you can sort them normally in the bigger ones too. But for now, using the smaller ones. Oh shit, right. I could just turn it off, yeah. Yeah, but I kind of want the clean money first and foremost. Yeah, that's pretty important to me, I feel. Tenors! Yeah, fuck it. This is gonna be like only 10s, basically, in there. Anything else should be like... Who's honk? It's the honk, the mighty honk. The mighty honk of the goose. I mean, there's not a whole lot of $10 fake monies, or $100 fake monies. This looks like a lot of 10s and 20s though. Pack that shit, baby. There we go. Hello, Strang. Oh my gosh, was that Hoops? Is Hoops back? Or he's just still lurking? Alright, this is 20k in counterfeit, or 2,000 in counterfeit. Wait. No. I think this is what we're doing. I think. Heck. I'm back from dinner with my parents. Oh my gosh, I was dinner with the parents, man. Were they nice to you? Did you eat something good? Did you eat the souls of your enemies? Alright, let's go with all this. Shit, right. Got some euros. Not gyros, but euros. Oh, switching between FaceTime and Discord. Oh my gosh. When autosave was not a thing, I lost maybe like 36 minutes from my PC restart. Oh shit, that's annoying. I'm gonna put all this in a box. Alright, we're gonna... Are you in FaceTime with a cute little American? Is that why? I think I actually added it to my liked songs list because of you, X Gamer. Alright, let's just burn that shit. I am indeed. Oh my gosh. Are you like flirting with each other? You're like making eyes at each other? Is your girlfriend jealous? Start that shit. Look at all those 50s. Just need to stack this shit up a bit more. There we go. Sorting out my Mac. You scared him, Doctor. I know. I'm a scary man. Let's pack that shit. Alright. Because now, from here on out, it should... Like, the shit it's spitting out here, it should be 50s and 100s only. You need to get like 2 more of these and then chain them. Or maybe that's a stupid idea because you get better stuff later. I don't know. Shit, I forgot about the euros. There we go. That's debt is still looking a bit. No. It looks fine. It's a fine looking debt. Why you gotta size shame the debt? It's a beautiful debt as it is, you know. Literally no reason to talk shit about my debt. Fuck off, man. You're a teeny tiny butt. Do you know this? Oh my gosh. Fine. Fine. He got spooked. Pookie got spooky. You. Alright. One, two, three, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Wow, the crowd goes wild. Dr. Vem does 11 push-ups. Wow. I am a good butt. Very confident. Let's see. Gotta update the debt as well. I forgot I had this one. Oh my gosh. 87. What up, Jibs? Jibs. How you doing, man? Oh my gosh. Everything okay, Jibs? Oh my gosh. I'm just sitting here cleaning some cash. Don't know for whom I'm cleaning the cash, but I'm making it clean and nice, you know? And regretting that I've promised to do push-ups. Such a sucky thing, you know? Oh, what? Let's cut this food. There we go. That's right. Stuart. Hello all. What the what? What happened? What happened, Soul? Or was it something I said that was weird? How you doing, man? How they hanging? Loose and comfy, I hope.
He's trying to provoke me here? Or?
He's trying to provoke. Glycopod? What the fuck is a glycopod? Like, I'm not even bothering fulfilling money orders anymore. I'm just like, oh, sorting money, yay, sorting money. Sorting money is fun. Start. There are some $100 bills in here, it seems like. For the fake ones. We didn't have the Noble Spanking Porn. I don't remember, man. I don't remember. But I have it. Oh, no. There we go. I have no memory of it. Much like many things connected to Nobles. I have no memory of it. No, it's like all 10s and 20s in the fake ones. Right? That's so fucking annoying. Alright. Gonna pack you. You have no memory of things you said 10 seconds ago, so it's true. That is true and mean, but mostly true. Alright. I'm just fair. This is true, you are very fair. I feel like I kind of want to save the real money. Because, like, all this shit... Like, the fake money, if it's all 10s and 20s, it's gonna be so annoying to deal with. Pack that shit. 20s, there we go. Pack, please, and thank you. Like, I can't believe I forgot about the literal fucking shopping cart of euros here. Right. Pack that shit, baby. Motherfucker. Motherfucker. Alright, we're gonna place that there. We're gonna change this to hundos. No, fidos. Nope, we're not. Still doing 20s. With that one at least. What is this? 10s? Alright. Let's put that there. Just have this off to the side, I guess. Darknets? Let's see, do we have any more? Yeah, Panther. Absolutely, I'll accept you. Counterfeit and/or gang marked bills. Wrapped in plastic and blocks in an XXL box. Let me order an XXL box right quick. I can order a couple of them actually. It's like I'm pretty sure I got that in fake money. We have, yeah, we got more stacks here. Ooh. It's like starting to hurt my ear just having headphones on. The fuck? Why is it spitting out dollars here? Fuck it, whatever. We'll deal with that later. Pack that shit, baby. I'm just lawful neutral. Are you sure about that, though? Alright. Let's see. No, we're not gonna do 10s anymore. We're gonna do hundos. Yeah. Pretty sure. There we go. Pack that shit, baby. Oh shit. Thank you. Wait, so that's 2, 4, 6, 8. Who do we appreciate? It's baby, no money. He's always up to something. Plastic and blocks and $90 bills. But like, why would they want an XXL box for that? That feels so weird. Blacklight evidence. That sounds like a real sick rap song. Blacklight evidence. Got the blood in my ops and the blacklight evidence. See, I could be a rapper. Especially a UK rapper. Fuck. Oh, come on. Placed it in the wrong one. Fuck off, man. Alright, we got the 50s over there. Now. No. Stop. Only the hundos. Like I can see that there's American money in there. Dollars. Blast from the past. Oh my gosh. Oh, by the way, I never told you about that, but at Bestie's wedding, since I was her best man, I held a speech, right? And the Toastmasters were like, oh yeah, we want you to give us a song to walk up to in front of everyone. And when I got that message, I was drunk. So I was like, I know what song I'm gonna queue up for them. I just like forgot about it. And then the wedding day comes and I'm like, wait, everyone has a song. What song did I oh no, did I? Oh my fucking god. And then it came on. Like, everyone else was just like, what the fuck is this? Except Bestie. She was like, ah! Hilarious! She loved it. And that was the most important part, I feel. Yeah, they played it. Of course. They were Toastmasters for Bestie. Like, they knew what they were getting themselves into. Ah, fuck. I messed up. Fuck it, whatever. Oh yeah, baby. Blast from the past. Very true, very true. One last time. The best part, Bestie thought it was funny. Yeah. Like, everything else is just whatever. The fact that she laughed her ass off at her wedding, worth everything. There we go. Alright, alright. I swear to God we're gonna get through this one day. Together. All of us. To be mine. Just not me. Spread those cheeks. I wanna know the secrets your asshole keeps. Theme song of this stream is so long ago. Yeah, right? I love that it's the theme song of the stream, though. Oh no. Oh no. Start it. No, it's correct. Yay. Pack those hundos, baby. Kinda unofficial theme song. No, official. Definitely official theme song. Nothing unofficial about it. These look like 20s. And that looks very full. It's me. I just made it official. You're... No, I think we mentioned it before in the stream that it is the official song. Just because it's so fucking weird. Start. Please and thank you. Start. Damn, I thought it was Doja Cat for a sec. Sorry, but that says a lot about Doja Cat and what you think about her music. Alright, and we're putting more of that in there. Like, I can see how many hundos there are here. Why is it spitting out 50s, though? Maybe it's the 50s we're looking for here. Yeah, making it rain, baby. Her new song has the same beat. Seriously, and the stream really quiet, so I was like, please tell me someone's playing this. I was disappointed. Oh, wait, oh, you queued it up. Nice, nice, nice. Now we can listen to it together. The song that is ripped off our official theme song. Making it rain. Wait, is that? No, it was a euro. Never mind. I thought it was like... Oh, come on. Sorry, I forget what I was talking about. I'm so focused on this game. It's stupid. Alright, let's grab some more of these. Just see what happens. Start! Yay! Bro is so focused stacking cash, right? Those are 50 left in there. Oh, since before? Dang, man. I mean, we're gonna have so much cash soon. Like, whenever we get an order, it's just like, yeah, you need clean cash or dirty cash. I'm going, I don't care. It's gonna work out. Ooh. Alright, liking this song as well. Wait. What am I even doing? I'm an idiot. What? A major fucking moron. Alright. You sort the 50s. Nope. You sort the hundos. I gotta make this better. I noticed that the orders get also more money needed. The more money you have to balance it out, you never will have too much. Oh, that's nice. And also annoying. Maybe I want to sit on just a fucking pile of cash and never have to worry about not being able to fill an order. Any denominations in any condition. Wait, 45, that's 40, 37k is what I need. 1, 2, 3. 5, 7. There we go. Fucking. Let's get rid of that. I'm just gonna throw it on the floor instead. Over here. New order. Kermit the Green. Fuck yeah, Kermit. Go get that. Blacklight evidence. Counterfeit and/or gang marked bills. Oh, shit, it's almost midnight. I should probably stop streaming soon, right? But will I? No, I won't. Who threw all this cash here? It's so mean. We need 8,000. 1, 2, 3, 4. That's it. Six hours? No, not even. Looks like the package wasn't built well. Oh, wrapped in plastic and blocks. Looks like the package wasn't built well. Fuck you, man. Love you streaming, but also don't die on us. Oh, I won't die. I take care of my health mostly. Also, you're not my supervisor, so what you gonna do? So much money. Wait, where are the hundos? They're over here? No, they're here. No, they're not. Well, they're not here. That's Euros. What the fuck is Euros doing there? Pack that shit, baby. Alright, we're placing the Euros here. We have it nearby instead. I feel like the Euros will be easier to sort out as well. For some reason. Alright. If you ever do a subathon, the plan for my anniversary stream was to do a 24-hour subathon. So like we start on at 24 hours. What the fuck? Alright, the Euros here as well. Fuck, it's just mixed up everywhere. It's so annoying. Never should have done that. No tape? You're no tape. I've seen timers hit high. Yeah, but like I was thinking about it because the wife obviously not very happy about me ever doing a subathon, because last time I did a 24-hour stream, I did not feel good. So what I was thinking was, because Karoo, shout out Karoo, fuck off. She told me about other streamers who have done like subathons, but where they only stream for like 6 hours at a time. But then the subathon timer goes over days instead, so it's like 6 hours every day, regardless of if they planned on streaming or not. Just so that it works with their job and stuff, you know. Yeah, also sleeping on stream. I've been thinking about. We're just gonna place all the euros there. I can see 100 euro thingies here. I'm gonna start this shit again. And there's a 20 as well. What the fuck is going on here, man? Just gonna put it all over here. Alright, you're done. You're done. You have a hundo in you. Oh, come on! Oh my god. Sorry, but that is so annoying. What is it? 120. We're gonna... So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And it's gotta be in cling film and shit. Like, what the fuck did I do to fuck that up? Like, this was fake money that I counted here. No, this is not like old shit. Even though they don't have a lot of people watching one raid and they might be done. I've seen people not do that and Tiber quickly reaches up to like 2,000 hours, shit like that. I've never seen that, but I've definitely seen people with like 50 hours on the timer and stuff. There we go, finally. Exact money value, no mark money. Load out 35k in a box in any dollar bills. Container is clean. We're gonna send some of this now, I think. 1, 2, 3. That's 30. 5. $50 hours is nothing, even though they don't have a lot of people watching. Yeah. Now 50 hours feels like a ton, though. I wouldn't say it's nothing. It ain't nothing, bro. Come on, seriously, $100 bill? What am I doing with my life, man? Why is there money there? In a box. There you go. $100. Come on. The highest subathon timer ever on Twitch was 730 days. That's not doable. Alright, I'm just gonna put that there. Alright, 50s, 50s. Start that shit, baby. Alright, nothing here. New order from Mr. Baby? Yeah, I don't have the level for that yet, man. 60,000 euros in a backpack and 50 euro bills. Let's see the task tracker. Beep, 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 better. Beep, 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 better. Why can't I see which ones are the gold ones in the thing? 50 objects, 70 collectible. What? Pack these items for sale. Coin. 50 coins in an unbroken piggy bank. What? In an unbroken piggy bank. Oh, and I get a broken piggy bank. Oh, come on. Yeah, that's not gonna be my... This is how many days that person streams, so they should have streamed during some moments. 1,325 days. That's years. That's years. You can't do that. That's impossible. Holy fuck, man. Alright, loadout, any dollar bills, no counterfeit. Oh, 16,000 in counterfeit and 16,000 in no counterfeit. Both in a mattress. Interesting, interesting. Spring mattress. 2 of those, please. Thank you very much. Let's see. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8,000. That's 10,000 in counterfeit bills. Right there. Do I have quests for just normal fucking money? There we go. In a backpack. I have a backpack somewhere here. Let's grab this nasty ass backpack. Any dollar bills, clean and dry money. There we go. This is Dolly Style. Famous Swedish band. Let's go. I don't know if this number is accurate, but the timer got seen the stream 20%. Yeah. That makes sense. That makes sense. See if this works. Should be 20k. Nice. Yeah, back on the horse. Yeah, back on the horse. Giddy up, giddy up, giddy up, giddy up, giddy up. In a medium box. In any dollar bills. You know what? We can do that in $1,000 bills, maybe. Let's go, girls. One, two, three, four, five. I'm just gonna send this. Everybody know. I just want. Alright, we almost got 5,000. We won 10,000 in total to open up the new areas. The fuck is this? Let's see. Alright. Well, we're gonna get a bigger box. This is gonna be my Euro box. There we go. What if I just will it just give me all the euros? When you're streaming, Till, I don't know. You should end at 000. Yeah, yeah, maybe. Yeah, that's true. Alright, 10 more minutes, or 11 more minutes, rather. Giddy up, giddy up, giddy up, giddy up. 11 more minutes, and then I'll quit, I promise. I can quit whenever I want to. There's a fair time. Pack that shit, baby. I'm off to have a shower, so I will probably not be back by then, so love you. Bye, bye, bye. It's okay, you can love and leave me. I'm all good with that shit. Oh. You fucking kidding me. Do that first? Asshole. Have a good night or day. Hoops is in the UK, so he's on our time-ish. Fuck you, Hoops. Fuck you, Hoops. One, two, three, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Jesus. You get 10 push-ups, and they hurt. Oh my gosh. Thank you, Hoops. Then it is 90-90. Alright. God damn it. What is this even for? I don't want this. Oh, come on. Start that shit. Love you too, man. Have a good one. Oh shit, right. Wait, isn't this the one? No. Thought this was the one where I just put a fuck ton of cash in there. Start that shit, baby. Alright, we're just gonna place all the euros in there. This is also this is also euros? Only euros? Only euros? Got some coins as well, fuck. Ooh, this was money. I'll put you there. Pack that shit, baby. Remember, Doctor, 99% of gamblers quit before they hit it big. Sick. That is the worst fucking like trope, I feel. Oh my gosh, poor gamblers. What the fuck? Alright, we need cash. What the fuck, man? We need 50s. Start that shit. Pack, baby. You already done? Jesus. How many 50s were there still? Pack the hondos. Put them over here. Let's see. Sonic. Big bows. Yep. Alright. Am I getting like a fuck ton of stuff now? Oh man. Pack that shit, baby. That's 100 hundreds. Nice. It's not true, I know. Yeah, I know you know as well. This is the song that should have won the Eurovision Song Contest. Fyra väggar i träpanel. Oh, vilka bra. Saloma, yksi, kaksi, kolme, sauna. Bastu. Sida. Bastubröder, det är vi som glöder, grader noja. You know, I'm hooked on this game. I might stop streaming in a couple of minutes, but I'm definitely not gonna go to sleep. I won't be able to sleep right now. But I think I might start getting tired if I don't have this big ass ring light in my face. So that might be a thing. I just need to clean up here. I've gotten him addicted. You have, but that's okay. That's cool. That's fine. That's awesome. I love being addicted to good games. Good games. Oh, all right. Yeah, you got dirty money in you as well. Feels like I need to have like my containers off to the side so they're not here in the middle of everything. Just gonna throw it out on the floor. Bastu bröder. Bastu. Alright, but that's also in the thingies. No. Fuck off. Det som glöder 100 grader noja, bara vara bastu. Din bara jul, oh wow. Bara bastu, jo, sauna. Sauna. Start that shit. How much cash do you have? Oh, fuck, man, I don't know. Too much. Obviously. This looks like wet money. And slightly dirty. This is definitely dirty money. Your cash to cash you can spend on your phone. Oh shit, I haven't even checked that in a while. 4.5k, so we're a bit off. Oh, okay, goodbye. We're just gonna place that there. This one though. No, it's also whatever. Wait, is something in you? No. Is there something in you? No. There we go. Alright. You were hiding from me, you little bitch. You got items in you as well. Ad is over, gang, and apparently I should stop streaming. My community is telling me to stop because they're worried about me not sleeping properly, but I think y'all are wimps. Oh my gosh. Alright, I'm gonna see who's online, who we can raid out. Shut it down, hit the kill switch. Don't know who that is. Don't know who that is. Don't know who that is either, but oh my gosh, Mr. Nobles is online. So we're rating the Noble butt. Nobles TV. Yeah, we all need to sleep. We're gonna raid Nobles. Leave you in a lurk if you're about to go to sleep or not. It's up to you. Oh my god, we're only 4 left. Thanks for staying here for so long. Love y'all. See ya tomorrow.